All right. Good morning, everybody. Mark here in the Tacoma, CJ down in Venice, Florida.
Good morning, all. So we are live today. Mark is out in the field and he is working on covering these storms as we continue moving forward throughout the day. Obviously, today's threat is going to be. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure out where I hear myself coming from. Okay, there we go. So we have a pretty decent severe weather setup for those of you who are unaware over eastern North Carolina, eastern South Carolina, and eastern Virginia, basically the Atlantic coastal plains. We have severe storms ongoing right now, Mark, to your northeast, up in the Raleigh metropolitan area. It seems they're getting a pretty good hit, and I've seen some reports of pretty strong winds coming out of the Carolina Piedmont.
Yeah, it's been really windy down on the ground, lots of blowing dust. There's a lot of agriculture fields out here.
Right.
Near Kinston, North Carolina right now, headed to Greenville. It worked out good today because I got to deliver a piece of furniture to my daughter at East Carolina University.
Well,
So
today
I
is
was
the
like, hey,
best day to be going up there.
if it just won't rain too much so that it doesn't wet the furniture.
Right.
It's a wooden cabinet thing. A little bit of sprinkles right now, but that can be dried off.
Right.
But yeah, it worked out good. She's meeting me around noon, and we'll put it in her apartment, and then I'm good to go.
Right.
So I'll be getting into Greenville here in just a little while.
Oh, that's awesome. So we are, hold on 1 second. I apologize. I'm trying to bring up my weather IM so I can keep up with what's going on down there with the different National Weather Service alerts. So we have a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings that are ongoing in the Raleigh metro. This is for areas like Raleigh, Durham, Cary, all the way up into Southern Virginia, where they're talking about possible tornadoes within the line, given the overall spread of this. It's essentially a giant QLCS, with the potential for maybe a couple of invented supercells as we go on throughout the day. I was checking out the different mesoscale discussions this morning, and I noticed that they are talking about and you're going to see the biggest instability values basically over southeast North Carolina and the northern part of South Carolina, just given how everything kind of has set up today.
You sound like you're in the other side of the room now. That's weird.
Very strange.
Yeah, it was very close and clear, and then it was like, hey, I'm gonna go over here to the other side of the room. No. Very odd.
Well, as we mess around these, for those of you who are watching, we're trying out a new system that we utilized last time for the landfall of Hurricane Helene, where we're trying to be able to talk to each other remotely while live streaming. So for folks that are watching on the Insider site, you might hear me through the speakers of the truck. But for those of you watching on YouTube, you're going to see, you're going to hear us more directly. Let me get a couple of photos here. I'm going to double check the radar as well. So I am seeing potential circulations, especially up north of Durham, like the northern part of Durham County, and very broad. But there is a little bit of a circulation there that looks like, one of those little comma head features trying to develop. So I'm going to keep my eye on that, Mark, as that kind of rages off to the north and east. But I think that the majority of this should be in Greenville within the next couple of hours at the very most.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing with these storms. Once they go past me, That's it. Like I'm not going to be able to catch. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to catch up to them again. This is a one and done.
Yeah, these storms today, they're moving, man. They're hauling 50, 60 miles an hour to the northeast.
So yeah, your audio is real funky. I don't know what caused that.
Let me see if I can fix that. So.
70 degrees outside. Don't rain. Don't rain. You're going to mess up my furniture.
How's that?
That sounds good.
Okay. So apparently, so for anybody that's watching, when you have an iPhone on these new iPhones,
And then it crapped out. Yes, as you were saying.
Mark.
There you are. Maybe.
Maybe. Uh-oh.
It's so different every time you do it. It's hilarious.
All right, let's try something else here.
Well, one time you're in the left speaker, then it sounded like you were inside of a can. It sounds like you're in a blanket. Oh, that's funny.
Is this any better?
Yeah, that's pretty good there.
Yeah, because I put in both AirPods.
That's funny. So I wonder if they'll extend the tornado watch eastward.
Right, I'm done messing with settings. I think they will.
I mean, there'd be obviously a new tornado watch. They don't.
Yeah.
They don't make the polygon bigger.
Right. So it looks like the next tornado watch could extend as far north as Virginia Beach, down to about,
Right.
Wilmington and Jacksonville, North Carolina.
Yeah, and east out towards the Outer Banks.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
So we
sir.
got a couple, we got cams out there in Rodanthe. Those will
Yep.
catch everything coming across.
Now, my question to you is, what
70,
is North
70
Carolina's
degrees.
Oh, wow. What is North Carolina's relationship like with tornadoes? Do you guys get large scale, is it mostly these QLCS events that you guys are used to?
We have a history, especially in the inland part of the coastal plain to the sandhills, of tornado outbreaks. The miss, we had one. There's others, I'm sure. Then, and certainly in 2011, April 16th and the 27th, we had significant tornadoes, and those were bona fide supercells. I think
Right.
2004, 2008. Then shear, that just some lone supercell hit Rocky Mount and it hit the Pfizer plant. Is either last year or 2023.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, we have like a mini tornado alley where they're more likely to form kind of along and either side of the I-95 corridor.
Right.
And then when we get hurricane landfalls, you get
Of course.
tornadoes in the right front quadrant of the band of tropical systems.
Right.
So we're definitely familiar with the tornadoes here.
Right. 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 So let me see.
But one thing's for sure, there's sunshine. It's all cloudy, so we don't have any incoming solar radiation today.
Which is probably a good thing. That's going to put a
So
nice
the
cap
atmosphere,
on.
yeah,
Correct.
it's not good and stable. The strong winds, and when this thing's through, man, it's gonna rock and roll. I'm out in the open somewhere, so.
Right.
And it's funny, the closer I get to Greenville, now the stream, I'm showing the lyrics is buffering.
Yep.
Like, come on.
Mark, are you
Man, it's done.
using just I think we're losing you.
Yeah, it's just the Verizon.
Gotcha.
I'm
Okay.
still here. You hear me?
Yep, I got you now. It's a little
So yeah, I'm just
wonky.
using. The signal seems to be getting better now.
Yeah, I think as you get closer into the city, it'll get
Yes, I have
obviously much better.
just Verizon today.
Okay. Gotcha. So it looks like from what I'm seeing, those and now forgive me, is that northeastern part of the state? That's under the Wakefield, Virginia area for forecasting for the National Weather Service, right?
Correct.
Okay. I want to make sure that I'm following along. So there is, by the way, there is a severe thunderstorm watch up for the eastern shores of Virginia and Maryland on either side of the Chesapeake, and then all of essentially Virginia, other than the Hampton Roads area. So it looks like they're going to be
Right.
including that, would be my guess, in the next tornado watch that comes out there, just given the way that everything's kind of set up today. I'm going to bring up the SPC chat, and then I want to look at is Raleigh's. So I'm looking at some of the I showed you this last season. The weather IM is what it's called. It's
Yeah.
from the Iowa State folks up there in Iowa. And this is essentially just a bot that will post anything that comes out from the different weather service offices immediately upon them being issued. So it's great
Right.
that I can see these as they're coming. So that's what I'm trying to pull up right now. because we're not special enough to get in with those media specific media chats where
Yeah,
you
the
can
chat
talk to the
thing.
different. Yeah, so let me see here. So it looks like that mesoscale discussion for Eastern North Carolina, they are talking about consistent wind damage this morning with a 52 knot gust out there in Western North Carolina. Um, and they're saying that low level moisture advection and some heating through broken cloud cover should lead to 500 to 1,000 ml Cape by early afternoon across parts of eastern South Carolina and eastern North Carolina, and with 0 to 1 kilometer shear of in excess of 450 meters squared per second squared. That is, and that's from the Raleigh, the radar, how they use the radar to essentially estimate the wind shear up in the atmosphere. So that's pretty significant. It's not,
Right.
yeah, it's not anything to,
It's not nothing.
no, it's not. And these, typical with, um, essentially what is these, it's a Dixie Alley type setup, right? They're low cape, high shear. And that means that we can get these embedded supercells that kind of form along the front of the
Right.
line here, or even out here over the open warm sector. The one thing, and I had noted that this with you yesterday, the warm sector today has broadened quite a bit, but overall, the warm sector with this storm has been
Yeah.
very small. But wow, I mean, this continual, we're starting to get a echo line wave pattern from about south central Virginia the whole way down to near Aberdeen, North Carolina. That wavy pattern in these QLCSs, which tells me that this is
Yeah.
starting to interact and start to feel that stronger shear with eastward extent. So we could see that
Right.
severe threat ramp up over the next couple of hours.
And the Verizon is really struggling here in Greenville.
Have you ever noticed that before up there?
I've never done it up here.
Oh, wow. I guess there's a first time for everything.
Yeah, haven't had the need through this area.
Right. Right. So let me go ahead and we'll switch back over to the vehicle cam.
Yeah, it's buffering.
So
I
for
did
anybody
bring the
that's just,
Starlink Mini. Might just turn it on and use that.
it might be worth it, especially as we get more towards the main event here today. So for those of you guys that are
Right.
just joining us, welcome. This is Hurricane Track live coverage. Mark is out in the field today in Eastern North Carolina, currently in Greenville, and I am down in Venice, Florida, providing some commentary and kind of going over everything today. This is the first of what we hope will be multiple streams this year for severe weather events. Definitely something that we're
Oh
starting
yeah.
to focus more heavily on than we have in previous years. As most of our longtime viewers will know, is a good time to kind of shave the rust off the machine, if you will, and be able to get out in the field and practice our coverage, especially as we get more towards hurricane season. And this year's severe weather season starting off with a bit of a bang. Um, Yesterday's event seemed to be a little lackluster. It might have underperformed compared to forecast, but today seems to be actually overperforming as well. Excuse me, as did what was that Monday over Oklahoma and Texas. I'm seeing
Right.
today that Fox Weather was reporting that they did do that storm survey of that tornado that went through Irving, Texas, a pretty densely populated area in
Yeah, it is.
the DFW Metroplex, and that was an EF1. So a lot of these QLCS tornadoes is what we're seeing, and then I don't want to forget the blizzard on the other side of this. I mean, they're They're having quite a bit of snow
Yeah,
across
that's
Iowa,
nuts.
Nebraska.
Yep.
I mean, it's, this is a very wide-reaching storm. And did you ever see if they did meet the all-time low for Missouri for pressure?
I
I
haven't,
don't
but
know
there's
what
a
this
guy
ended up.
named David Roth that keeps up with that. Have to see what he says. So I'm on the ECU campus, literally trying to get up
Now,
to my daughter's apartment.
now is that your
Just
alma
happened to
mater?
be in the area. No, I went to UNCW.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah, this is East Carolina University. They got a big medical
Yep.
school and
Yep. Yep. Yep.
nursing and whatever. She's in PT school.
Wow.
All right. Whee! Damn it. All right. I just got to hang out here until she and her boyfriend get here to help me take this cabinet upstairs. Managed to keep it pretty dry so far. Yeah, I'll turn on Starlink, and it's just even out in rural North Carolina, there can still be some trees.
Right.
So it's hard to know which one's going to work the best.
It's ironic. Your
Starlink,
connection was
Verizon,
smooth as butter the whole way to the city up there.
right? And then it went.
Yep. That's how these things go. Let's go ahead and check on the YouTube
Seems
content
to be good
comments.
right now.
Right. So if anybody's watching on YouTube currently, you can go ahead and throw things down in the comments. I am monitoring those. So we will be checking in on those from time to time. Love to interact with you guys that are watching, answer any questions you may have regarding what's going on today. Let's go ahead and check. So sorry, guys, I'm going to go ahead and reset myself so that way I can get an idea as to what's going on out there. Okay, so they did
Hello,
update that
YouTube.
severe thunderstorm warning. So they dropped Person and Orange counties. So that would be the Chapel Hill, Hillsborough area. But they still continued it for Vance, Granville, Wake, Durham, and Eastern Chatham and Western Franklin counties, moving northeast at 35. Looks like they're saying 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And there are reports of wind damage over in Guilford County as well. Trees down and power outages. Let's go ahead and check the power
That's the
outage map,
Greensboro
shall we?
area.
Yep. Let's go ahead and check power outages. So right now you're looking at about 15,000. Wow. Okay, so there are a lot of power outages. So there are about 86,000 without power in Texas.
Still,
38,000. Yep, 38,000 in Tennessee, 33,000 in Alabama, 28,000 in Iowa, and 28,000 in Arkansas. And then about 27,000 in Missouri, 15-ish thousand in Louisiana.
there's Neff. All right. I'm going to leave the vehicle running and you can keep talking. But
Absolutely.
her boyfriend just got here and I'll
Good
be
stuff.
back.
Yes, sir.
Ugh.
Just make sure that you drop off the narration.
I know. I'm just leaving everything running.
Okay.
It's all good. Howdy.
All right, so just to reset real quick, thanks guys for tuning in. This is CJ Morgan and Mark Sudduth with HurricaneTrack.com. We are live today with the threat for severe weather in eastern North Carolina. So just to kind of reset everything and give you guys a taste of what we've been looking at, we have this enhanced risk threat today over portions of the Carolinas, Virginia,
and up into portions, a slight risk up into portions of Pennsylvania. That includes Pittsburgh and Erie, as well as the whole way down into Florida, where you have these slight risk for Jacksonville, Baltimore, Charlotte, Washington, D.C. Um, and then you also have a marginal risk that includes places like Philadelphia, Cleveland, Tampa, St. Pete, and Akron, Ohio. So we have this out there today because there is a 5% threat for tornadoes, but most importantly, we're looking at a 30% chance for damaging winds, and we have seen that verify. So looking at the Storm Prediction Center's website, we can go ahead and look at the storm reports for the last 24 hours or so, and we see those tornado reports have been pretty much confined to eastern Oklahoma, northwestern Louisiana, and southeast Texas. But we see all these wind reports that range from Lubbock the whole way out into Georgia. And we're seeing more of those today. So we're seeing them coming in today from the Appalachian Mountain area, as well as areas of the Piedmont from Virginia, the Carolinas, down into Georgia. And these are for pretty high winds. I mean, you're seeing these wind gusts in excess of 60 miles an hour. That's enough to bring down trees, power lines, etc. So what we are covering currently, we have a squall line positioned basically right over Durham, North Carolina, the whole way down to Sanford and Aberdeen. And then as you go further south into the Wilmington and Grand Strand area, the convection is a lot more broken, and they actually did have some sunshine down in this area today that could destabilize the atmosphere. So we're going to be watching for potential for any supercells to develop out ahead of the line, although I think today that the storm mode, is going to remain fairly linear with these Boeing segments, with the possibility for embedded supercells and potential spin up tornadoes within the line. So right now, like I said, the biggest cities that are under the gun are going to be Raleigh, Durham, down to Fayetteville, North Carolina, and that extends basically down into the Charleston area. But then, Myrtle Beach, the Grand Strand, Wilmington, up into Greenville, North Carolina, and then up eventually into the Hampton Roads. So Norfolk, Chesapeake, Virginia Beach, Newport News, Hampton. You guys are going to be under the gun after that. So these storms are moving pretty swiftly off to the east, at about 35 to 45 miles an hour. So we're not going to see a ton of that continue to remain. So, like I said, Mark is up in Greenville. You can actually see, if you look at the vehicle cam, which I'm going to switch over to here now, there is quite a bit of that cloud movement. So you can see just the kinematics today are set up extremely well for severe weather. So it's just a matter of, can these storms mix that down to the surface? And I think we are seeing that. There are some areas along the line here where I'm sampling winds up towards Oxford almost to hurricane force, where I'm seeing, 73-mile-an-hour wind gusts right out ahead of the line. So that's something that we're going to need to really be concerned with. We already have, hundreds of thousands of people without power across the country from this storm. And this system is not small. So if I take the radar here full, and we're going to go ahead and zoom out over the continental United States. And I kind of want to show everybody just the breadth of this system generally. I can do so. I don't think it's going to let me. There we go. Yeah, I don't think this one's going to let me. I don't think I can do a composite on these. We have essentially warnings and winter weather stuff from Michigan the whole way down the coast. And that includes some things even down here where I am in the greater Tampa Bay area, just to give you guys an idea of what's going on down into Florida. We have the remnants of the squall line that are just about to move into Tampa, St. Pete, Sarasota, Venice, Cape Coral. Just keep an eye out on these. Some of these storms could be stronger with some stronger wind gusts. These storms are moving pretty swiftly. We're not expecting anything too crazy to go on down in this part of the state. Jacksonville, you guys have already seen the line come through, so you're going to be clearing out here soon, as well as portions of coastal Georgia and Charleston as we move up the coast. Right now, our biggest concern is going to be the eastern part of the Carolinas and Virginia, with this right here, a classic, what we call a echo line wave pattern. And what that means is that each and every part of these areas where you're seeing this bowing out, these bow echoes, you're getting really strong wind gusts here. And what happens with these kind of kinematically dynamic setups is each of these little bows tend to have stronger gusts. And it's these little portions where you're seeing them connect that you could see these spin up tornadoes because the wind speeds are a little different um, from each of these little segments. So that's where you're going to want to pay attention to the possibility for some spin up tornadoes as the day goes along. Right now, I'm seeing specifically over Chase City, Virginia. That's where this is. And then south of Clarkville, there's not anything too concerning here with these different, we're going to call them almost comma head features. But I could see if this tends to tighten up here near Chase City or Clarksville, as well as this little comma head feature just to the east of Clarksville. That would be where I would be looking if I was a National Weather Service radar operator, as well as other parts of the Richmond area as things kind of go along. We'll go ahead and move up into the Hampton Roads area just to get an idea of what's going on up here. And that since this radar is closer, I'm not seeing anything that obviously jumps out at me for any reason that would be threatening at the moment for these folks. So I'm going to go ahead and take the reflectivity full here and bring the vehicle cam back up.
CJ, you still there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Everything's delivered.
So we
Going
have
on the
awesome.
Starlink.
So we have Jamari Barnes. What will Wilson, North Carolina see? I think you guys are going to see some very strong winds. Jamari, obviously, you're going to see some You're going to see strong winds as the gust front goes through. And then Chloe Day says, "Do you think we will see a tornado today?" I think that there's a possibility, but the biggest question is going to be, can we actually see it? A lot of these are going to be wrapped in rain. These spin up tornadoes. They happen so quickly that sometimes it's hard to even see them, and it's hard for the National Weather Service to actually even warn them because they touch down and then they go right back up. They're very quick.
Yeah.
So we're not
Yeah,
sure
and that's the good thing. They won't be long lasting and so forth.
exactly. And then you have Shanae. Jeez, I'm in the red zone, Wilson, North Carolina. It's been very windy since 8 a.m. I'm sure it has. I can tell you, even where I'm at down here in West Central Florida, that wind's been whipping, and that's been, Mark, um, the biggest problem with this system for areas that aren't obviously in the cold portion of the storm. It's been the wind. I mean, look at what it did yesterday in Texas. We had bona fide dust storms the whole way across into the Dallas Fort Worth metro
Dude.
yesterday.
Yep, those were nuts.
So yeah, I mean, everybody across along the eastern seaboard, the whole way from Miami up to New York City, we're going to see these windstorms. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and take our commentary portion full and bring up the warning watch map. And for those of you watching on screen, you'll see down below, you'll see the weather alerts. Those are scrolling. They're all the weather alerts that are currently in effect across the area, across the country. Unfortunately, we can't pinpoint them down to certain areas, but
Right.
those are scrolling down there for you guys just to kind of have an idea as to what's going on. I'm going to go ahead and bring up the commentary portion. And what I want to do is I want to bring up the warning watch map.
Can you text me the our YouTube live link so I can tweet it, please?
Sir, 1 second, and I will do that. Okay. There it is. So all of these areas that you guys are going to see in here, and I'll try to telestrate, although my telestration skills are not as good as Mark's. Let's use, mm, let's use red. So all of these areas that are in brown that you see here, literally from Melbourne, Florida, the whole way up into the Carolinas, all the way to Wisconsin. This includes the entirety of states like Missouri, Arkansas, Illinois, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, all of northern Florida, the eastern half of the Carolinas, portions of West Virginia, Ohio, all the way up even into Minneapolis, Minnesota, and then these you have these other like orangey beigeish colors that are high wind warnings. So you're seeing wind advisories for high winds, basically covering the entire eastern third of the United States. It's kind of remarkable. The amount of high winds that everybody's kind of experiencing here. So it's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on, obviously, as the day goes forward, because we are seeing, and I'm going to go ahead and bring up power outage.us. Definitely suggest they're not a sponsor or anything, but I use them during hurricanes. Right now oh geez, those went up. Mark, we have 83,000 people. Those kind of went down since we last talked about it. 83,000 people still without power in Texas. 32,000 without power in Alabama. 28,000 in Arkansas. 27,000 in Missouri. Not sure
Good
what's going on
grief.
in Nevada, but there's a bunch of people out in Nevada, and there's about 15,000 or 14,000 apiece between the two Carolinas. So yeah, I mean, we're seeing power outages from Iowa the whole way to the Carolinas in Texas. Even Kansas, about 15,000 without power. So this is a pretty broad area of the country. This isn't,
Yeah, it's a
something that is,
wide impact storm.
yep, it's
Yeah.
definitely going to be, a problem for folks all over, the country, especially in these areas like Iowa, where they're going to have that cold weather set in right after.
I'm gonna head over to a shopping center area to get out in the open. My first fox hit will be coming up at 12:30.
Awesome.
So I'm gonna go over to the Lowe's parking lot, get out in the open, it just works better that way.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Lots of medical students.
That's always a good thing to see. So again, we have, and Mark, I don't know if you've had a chance to check out the radar. This line echo wave pattern, man, it's pretty gnarly.
Yeah, just
You
looking
got
at that.
It's basically the whole way from Sanford, North Carolina, up to just north, almost the Richmond suburbs. So I have a
Sanford.
feeling we're going to see some pretty we're going to see some wind damage come out of that.
Yep.
You might want to put your seatbelt in or on, if that's what that is.
Yeah, it's the passenger seat with stuff in it. It thinks it's
It's
somebody
annoying.
sitting there.
I remember when, trucks used to have that little key thing that you could turn it off.
Right. Well,
All
the
right,
passenger
so
seat thinks that somebody's sitting there
right.
because I got stuff sitting in it.
So the newest, it looks like we just got an update at 10:30 from the 11:30 from the SPC, and they're maintaining that enhanced risk. They haven't really changed any of the probabilities except for large hail over portions of the mid-Atlantic. That's a 5% risk. For those of you guys in in eastern Ohio, basically centered around the Pittsburgh tri-state area, as well as the Baltimore D.C. metro, so Northern Virginia, Western Maryland. basically all of northern West Virginia, the western 2/3 of Pennsylvania, southwestern New York, and the eastern third of Ohio.
Small
And that's
chance of
the
hail there, eh?
yep, my old stomping grounds. And we get it very rarely. I can say I haven't seen them in a long time, but I know that they
Right.
do get them. But they are stating veering wind profiles will support the potential isolated low top transient supercells and Boeing linear segments. So that's something to keep an eye on up in Pennsylvania. Um, so they are calling this convective line strongly forced, which I would concur with given everything going on. Um, and basically the downstream air mass is expected to undergo modification as the low 60s dew point it's advect, which just means overspread into the area northward just ahead of the line. Um, so more persistent updrafts as they deepen, very strong low to deep layer shear in place will support storm organization, mainly in the form of bowing structures and mesovortices. The attendant threat for tornadoes will probably develop with the more persistent, long-lived embedded circulations, in addition to wind damage focused near inflections and bowing segments of the convective line. All things that we are expecting. Um, Nothing there really jumps out as being, brand new or
Right.
groundbreaking. And I do think that we are going to start seeing some of these mesocirculations start to develop. I'm seeing areas along the line where I'm kind of watching to see where that happens. Mark, one of them is kind of right north of the Virginia North Carolina line. The other is roughly around, oh, I'd say almost a carry, actually. It should come right over downtown Raleigh. But it's not
Mm,
like anything emergent per se. It's just
right.
those are the areas where I'm watching these kinks start to develop. And you know as well as I do, with these more what we call in the weather community a windbag event, this is what we expect.
Right. Hey, Greenville is busy. A lot of people.
Let's see any. Will Holder said, "Don't worry, the beeping only lasts for a minute, but resets every time you stop, though. It's so annoying in my Tacoma." So
Yep.
somebody that is looking at that, and then
If I put it in
snow.
park, yeah, if I put it in park,
Yeah, and then you have Captain Cheese Whiz that says snow finally letting up in DSM. Oh, uh, Des Moines, I think is what that is. Iowa. Crazy winds all night, limbs down all over the place.
yeah,
Yikes.
I could imagine.
I imagine it
I
was a
think there's a
very
guy, is it
loud
Ben
night.
Williams? I think the guy, the chaser, Ben Williams, I think is his name, or something like that. He was up there in that blizzard last night, and he was at a Love's, and he posted some video on the Twitter there that was just remarkable, man. It looked like a hurricane. And these lows are going to just keep moving west to east across the country for the next couple of weeks.
Wow.
Bowling
Yeah,
ball,
it is.
bowling ball season.
Yes, yes, it is. And we're moving into that. We're moving into the severe weather season. We are in meteorological spring now.
Yep. Just not groundhog spring.
Yeah.
Hardy hard.
Sorry, I'm looking at a couple of things.
Oh man, the
I,
low clouds are just screaming by. It looks like a hurricane.
I noticed that when I was watching the vehicle cam earlier, that the motion in the clouds there is pretty pronounced. And that's another thing that, I've noticed living in the Southeast now for the last ten years of my life, when we get these severe weather events, especially with high winds, you see that more often than not. And Mark, I mean, in some cases, these wind gusts, especially in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro, they were seeing hurricane force winds.
Oh yeah, Dylan Federico was tweeting about that yesterday.
Yep.
Love Field and DFW, big time wind.
Now, is any of
I
that
gotta
wind
get
out
gas.
ahead of this making it to the surface up there?
Oh yeah, it's been real gusty. Definitely saw lots of plumes of dust blown across fields, and
Right.
because the trees don't have any leaves on them, you get that howling,
Yep.
roaring sound or whistling sound as opposed to the more loud roaring sound, I guess, when the trees are all
Right.
leafed out. But yeah, it's definitely here. I'm going to zoom into the clouds. Look
Oh,
how
no, just
look
leave
how
it like
fast
it is
they're
right
moving.
now. And yeah, you can definitely notice that if you look at, if anybody's listening, you can look at the screen. You can see it just because you're stopped now, the
Yeah,
fast movement of the clouds. Now, which direction are you pointing at the moment? Are you pointing north?
east.
Okay, so yeah, so all of that is moving what, relatively northwest? I'd say north northwest,
These, well, no, these will be moving from south to north.
south to north. Okay, and that makes sense. I
Yep,
mean, they're
it's that
feeding into the low, so you're
right.
you're
It's that
definitely
southerly
within the
wind.
fetch. Yep. And we're seeing that on radar with some of this kind of showery precipitation that's off near Tarboro right now, um, in that area. And you can see that those are moving pretty fast up to the north. One thing I've noticed with this is the lack of lightning in these line
Yeah,
segments.
yeah,
There's been a distinct lack of lightning yesterday and today,
correct.
which tells me that, as we said, the instability is going to be quite, lacking. But as you get down into the
Right.
Charleston area, you're seeing more lightning, and you're seeing it down here too, even. Um, if I'm, just looking at the KTVW radar, we're seeing um, some of the stronger storms that are pushing in right now as we speak over Tampa and Clearwater and St. Pete, and there is lightning within those cells. We actually might get one of these thunderstorms here shortly. So, and I can hear the wind howling.
Yeah, I think when this line pushes through, man, it is going to just be crazy for about 20 minutes.
So I'm looking at this up towards Henderson. There is a
I'll
broad
grab
area
some
where that, like
gas.
I said earlier, that um, Head feature was starting to develop. So if you folks are in the Henderson area, kind of looking in that area, Henderson, Stovall, Stool City, Norlina, up to Clarksville, kind of that I-85 corridor from South Hill down to Oxford, North Carolina. You're starting to see some of that Head feature start to develop. And I wouldn't be surprised if the National Weather Service in Wakefield throws up a tornado warning for that sometime shortly. So just to give you guys an idea, we'll go ahead and bring up the radar. Go ahead and stop that
Look
right
on the
now.
radar out of Raleigh. Like Raleigh itself's in a hole. Looks like an eye.
Yep. Yeah, it does.
That's so
Same thing
funny.
over
There's like
Carthage.
this clear area.
Yep.
Right. That's
So just
funny.
to
And
show
then
you
you can see
guys
the
where I'm
lines
looking.
snaking through there.
So Mark, if you look at up just north of Stovall, like basically Oxford, North Carolina, that I-85 corridor, that's where one of those
Yep.
Head features is starting to develop. I'm
Yeah,
watching
yeah.
that because I am seeing the velocity couplet it's pretty broad, but I'm seeing the beginnings of it. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's the first storm to go tornado warn today. Just kind of giving it a look over with the radar out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Because if you look at it from the Wakefield radar, it's just too far to really get any
Right.
discernible features out of it. But that area
Yeah.
there is definitely where I'm going to be watching. Let me check our weather.
It's a busy gas station. I'm thinking there might be a couple of storm chasers over here to my right. See that white SUV with the door open? It's a Cherokee.
Not. Let me see.
They're eyeballing me. I mean, the Tacoma doesn't look that whatever. Not everybody knows that that's a hail guard, and I do have the Starlink up there, but other than that,
Right.
it's a very, I don't have any logos, whatever, but the way they're
I
looking at
wonder
me.
if that is because I know there's a couple of folks that chase with a Cherokee. So
And they're looking at stuff. So maybe they're looking at like radar, and if I can just get the woman in this bighorn to get her act in gear. Let's go, lady. Thank you.
we're gonna go
Come
ahead and
on. Dude, drive.
transition. So let's look at this a little further. Now, the good news is, tornado warning just went up.
You called it.
Yep.
Yep, that
So
had to
this
be
is
chasers, dude, because they didn't even get gas.
they saw the tornado warning and they're out.
Yeah, they
So
just took off.
yep. So this is a tornado warning for northwestern Vance and northeastern Granville in North Carolina. 9 miles south of Clarksville or 13 miles north of Oxford, moving northeast at 35. Radar indicated rotation, and it will remain over mainly rural areas. So it's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, which actually isn't that bad. It's kind of paralleling I-85 up there in northern North Carolina. So areas downstream of this would be Boydton, Virginia, South Hill, Virginia, La Crosse, Virginia. Those areas are where you're going to want to really keep an eye out for those. And there's another fairly broad area just kind of coming into the apex and Cary regions of the Raleigh metro that I'm keeping a lookout as well on radar. There's not
Yeah,
really
see
discernible
that.
rotation
Yeah.
yet, but I
But
think
you
that's where we're
called
going
it
to
on
see
that
our
other
next.
one, though, man. That's pretty good.
I mean,
You
it's
called.
easy to look at. Once you know what you're looking for on radar, um, you're able to kind of discern what's going on around you and get to understand, what are these meteorologists looking for? And they're looking for these
Right.
features. These are the things that we're going to want to keep an eye on because this is where the greatest possibility for damage is going to be, especially you can see this Boeing segment out just south of that. And then I wonder, because this is starting to get that look, that cell that's at the bottom there over near Cary and Apex. That may be a tail end Charlie, Mark. That could definitely, it almost looks like it might be an embedded supercell trying to develop there. I can't confirm that. But it definitely has that look. And this is right around the time, that this is what we were thinking today was going to be our time frame for severe weather. Basically afternoon this morning. So again, for those of you that are just joining us, we have an active tornado warning in northern North Carolina. This is right along the I-85 corridor, northeast of Stowfall, southeast. This is north of Oxford, does not include Oxford. South of Clarksville and Boydton, Virginia, kind of moving up to the northeast. And what is that? There might be a debris ball in there, Mark. I see a higher form of reflectivity right over where that velocity couplet was. I don't see anything on the correlation coefficient, maybe a hail spike at the most, but that's it. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that develops over the next few moments. I will say the rotation there isn't as impressive as it was a few minutes ago. It's definitely trying to bow out, but you might get
Right.
some inflow around that notch right in where there's almost like a beware bounded weak echo region right around the couplet area. So I'm going to keep my eyes on this and continue to look at that. While we are doing so, I'm going to go ahead and broaden out our radar view here. I'm going to leave so on the left of your screen, you're going to see the reflectivity, and on the right, you're going to see the reds and greens. So remember, we're looking from the Raleigh radar area. So greens are heading towards, I believe, on this one, and reds are heading away. I could be wrong. No, reds are towards the radar, greens are away from the radar. So that's what we're paying attention in here for this cell there. And then we're also paying attention for the possibility of another storm developing that could go tornado warned right over the Raleigh metro area. This is over Apex and Cary. So a lot of these tornado or these severe thunderstorm warnings today, guys, you're going to see tornado possible tags. So they did extend that tornado warning. Oh, this is we got another tornado warning in the Richmond metro.
Oh,
So that just came out of Wakefield. But I'm not seeing which cell in particular. Oh, okay. So I'm thinking, wait, is that it? Yeah. This is Goochland, Hanover, Henrico, Powhatan, Virginia, until 12:30. I'm thinking it's this little cell right at the top that they're warning on. Unfortunately, Richmond is so far from, I mean, it's not
yeah,
the greatest. I mean, it's kind of in that radar dead zone between um,
Yep.
essentially DC, Wakefield, and Raleigh.
And folks, the problem with that is that the radar beam is looking so much higher in the atmosphere by the time it gets to a faraway spot that you're just not getting as thorough a look through the storm as you would if it was closer. And if the earth was flat, that wouldn't be the problem.
Correct. Just wow,
So there
man.
you
Look at the line echo wave pattern in there. This is starting to look nastier.
A loop. Man, ECU is such a huge campus. My goodness.
It's like
Look at
UCF
these
here in
purple
this area.
buses. I mean, golly. I forgot how big ECU is. I went to science camp at ECU in the mid 80s.
Oh wow. Maybe
ECU,
that's what I was
yep.
thinking about earlier.
And I was accepted to the ECU School of Music in 1992 or 1 or whatever it was. And I think by 92, 93, I got accepted to NC State for meteorology, but I didn't want to leave Wilmington. And my girlfriend, Rebecca, who I married 3 years later. So there you go.
So, guys, I do want to bring up, so that tornado warning finally popped up. It was that cell up just to the north of Richmond. So for those of you guys that are just tuning in, this is a tornado warning for portions of Virginia just north of Richmond city proper. This includes cities like, I'm going to butcher these, Monacan, all the other ones I could pronounce. Short Pump, Wyndham, Rockville, Glen Allen, Ashland, Hanover, Doswell, moving up into Bowersville. You guys are under the gun right now. Again, these are going to be, you're not going to see these tornadoes coming. This isn't going to be like the Great Plains where you see these tornadoes coming from a mile away. They're going to be rain wrapped. They're going to be hard to see. You may not even hear them until it's right over top of you. And yeah, they're going to be brief. So these aren't going to be these long tracked supercells. As it were. So what we want to look at is the main line kind of moves off to the north, like I've telestrated for you on screen. We're looking at these areas where these lines kind of come together. And what happens is the difference from them bowing out, it can cause rotation, kind of like that. And it tightens it up, puts down a brief tornado, then it lifts and it does it again. It's almost like a cycling supercell in that regard. But you know, that's what we're going to be on the lookout for today. In areas basically from the Hampton Roads and Richmond areas down into eastern North Carolina, that's where we're going to be really be focused. Now, I will admit, Mark, this one on reflectivity looked more impressive earlier over Cary and Morrisville. Now it's really broad. I'm just gonna kind of keep watching that though, because the Raleigh Metro is not a small nor lackluster in
Right.
population anymore. It's a very busy metropolitan area now, and obviously,
Man,
Raleigh
can
is
you
going to
imagine
be
the air traffic coming into RDU right now? Like, yuck.
nope. I'm sure anybody who's flying along the eastern seaboard today, it's going to be a bumpy ride.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, New
Charlotte,
York,
Wilmington,
Miami,
Raleigh,
yep,
yuck.
the whole way down the coast, as it were. Ding ding. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah. I bet it's a big delay day and cancellation day. It's probably a nightmare.
I'm going to go ahead and a couple of new tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings that are out. Both of them tornado possible tags. The first one is for portions of Franklin, Vance, and Warrens counties. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And then the second is for Durham, Franklin, Granville, Wake, and Warren. And that's until first warning is 12:45, and the second is for 1:15. So that's what we're going to be looking at today in terms of these are going to be pretty swift movers. You're going to see a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, I think,
Right.
more than anything. So,
Right. Straight line wind and downbursts are going to be the biggest issue.
in those tornado possible tags, that's going to be a big thing. And I think a lot of people aren't familiar with those because, that's kind of they used to do that years ago. Now they started doing it again. So for those of you guys who are unaware, some of these severe thunderstorm warnings, they can actually warn you of a potential for a spin up tornado. So you always want to
Right.
be, weary of that, and especially in these types of situations. God, that little spin up there in northern North Carolina, man, that is impressive. It's still there. Now, on its present course, I do want to say for people downstream of this, so as you get into the Hampton Roads area, this is going to head up that way eventually. The rotation has broadened out, especially on the Wakefield radar, but it's still there. So, folks that are in that vicinity, you want to keep an eye out for it. I think that a relative area of where this is going to kind of come through, if I'm and just drawing a straight line here. Charles City, Virginia kind of pops out at me. Even Williamsburg, Colonial Williamsburg, or Busch Gardens is what we knew. We knew it for. Okay, really
I wonder
quick, I'm
what
gonna grab a mouse.
See what Jesse's doing up there.
Yeah, he may be getting into some of the more rocking and rolling parts of this here in a couple of hours. Right around the time you guys do. And I do want to make
Yeah, Mallory.
make a point. They're definitely in that, that enhanced risk.
Mallory has class until 5:30. She goes back at 1. She's on a break now, 1 to 5:30. I was like, yep, it'll move through while you're in class.
Yep.
It is definitely really windy, dude. Like,
Oh, I
noticeable.
bet. So for those of you guys watching, I do want to bring up this little chance for a spin up here in the Cary area. You are starting to see some more tightening. There is a definitive notch there on reflectivity mark. So I think we could see a tornado tornado warning for the Raleigh Metro here soon. If not very soon. If this continues to tighten up the way that it looks to be tightening up.
I should have a really good signal here. I'm next to 2 cell towers, and one of them has to be Verizon. All right.
I'm hearing things kind of moving around outside, so
Let's see what Jordan sent me. Oh, look at that. And they got the vehicle cam pulled up there in New York.
oh, awesome.
So they're going to be calling me in just a little while.
Okay.
I got a 12:30 hit. I got a few minutes, but I'll get out and get set up soon. Trying to frame up the shot here from the cam.
All right. Let's.
There we
And
go.
while we're doing that, let me go ahead and transition this back to the vehicle cam. We're going to leave the radar running down there, and I'm going to take some questions from the YouTube. So, thank you, Fens. So we did get a
Ben!
super thank, by the way, for $5
Yeah,
from
thank you.
Fens. Thank you guys. He said work tonight is going to be slow because of these storms and OIB. Not looking forward to it at all. I completely understand that, man. It can be, long. Um, Nadine, wind starting to wind up in north central Florida. Yep, I completely agree with that, Nadine. I'm down here in, southwestern central Florida, if you want to call it that. Um, Will, you expecting a below average severe weather season? I'm gonna be honest with you, Will, and that's Will Holder, Mark. I don't know if you know who that is. Um,
Yeah.
uh, you know, it's so hard. It's not like, with hurricanes, see, we have pretty much the general things worked out with, and you and I talked about this last night with forecasting these seasonal averages, right? For hurricane season, with severe weather season, there's so many more nuanced variables like the EML source region, the overall ENSO state, the Gulf of Mexico water temperatures. I mean, there are, when it comes to the Gulf and the, um, things like that, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know. Um, we're going
Yeah, it's a
to,
lot harder. It's a lot harder.
it's more of a, it's more of a, up tornado warning just went up for the Raleigh Metro. So this does
Yeah, you
include
called it.
Short Pump, Wyndham, Ashland. So for those of you guys that were asking, what does a supercell look like? I'm going to go ahead and bring up the radar. When you look at these spin
Yeah,
up,
look at
this
that.
is what you're looking for. Nadine, great eye there with seeing the hook starting to form on the
Ooh,
radar screen
CJ,
there.
that's going to go real close to the RDU airport, bro.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I see that. Hold on, give
If
me
it's
one
not
second,
already
guys.
over.
So what we are looking at here. And Nadine, you caught that. Thank you. You brought my attention to it. We're looking right here. You see this little almost hook like appendage right here? That's the notch that we're looking for on these. So this is for folks just north and east of I-40 in the Raleigh metropolitan area, south of 540, that outer loop. I'm not too familiar geographically, Mark, with this area, so I'm just going to try to throw out some street names. So you have US 70, State Route 50. You guys call them North Carolina state routes, or are they state highways?
Yeah, state route, whatever, or state highway, North Carolina 50.
Yeah, NC 50, moving up to the 540 Beltway. So this is going to be moving off to the north and east. So folks in Wake Forest and Rollsville, and eventually
Yep.
Youngsville, if this holds together, I want you guys to be in a safe place. This is something that it's going to be real quick to spin up, and it could dissipate very quickly. You're not going to see it coming. This isn't your typical tornado. What I do want to see, Mark, I'm going to pull up the correlation coefficient. I don't see. Oh, wait a minute. It's too noisy. I can't tell. So right now, the National Weather Service in Raleigh is just calling it radar indicated rotation. I don't see anything on the correlation coefficient that would tell me, what's going on with that. Um, Raleigh did cancel that tornado warning for northern North Carolina, by the way.
Yeah, see that.
And they're still continuing that tornado warning over northern portions of the Richmond metropolitan area. So right now we have this storm, and there is a pretty good hook if you see it on the super res reflectivity. Kind of hard to make it out. This is not a large circulation at all, but it's basically just in the northeastern Raleigh suburbs. So for those of you that are watching, I don't know how many people we have on stream, but that's what we're going to be um, looking at today. Um, it's definitely something that we want to keep our eyes on today for these spin ups. And that's why Mark's out in the field. He's going to wait for this to essentially just kind of overspread the area that he's in. We don't think that we're going to see a tornado today, but just getting out there and really showing what is out there. And Mark, if you can just give me a quick, heads up whenever you're ready to go off to go do your Fox weather hit, that'd be great. I'd greatly appreciate it if he hasn't already jumped off yet. So again, I'm just going to reset real quick, guys. It is currently 12:17 on the East Coast. This is CJ with HurricaneTrack. We got Mark out in the field out in eastern North Carolina. We are covering this severe weather event for the eastern portion of the Carolinas into the Hampton Roads area. We have multiple tornado warnings currently ongoing across the eastern seaboard, from Virginia the whole way down into the Carolinas. So we are looking right now. I'm going to go ahead and reset up in the Richmond metropolitan area. We have a pretty strong line of storms that's moving in right over the I-95 and I-85 corridors from about Richmond, Virginia, down into Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina. You have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. This is going to be over portions of the northern Richmond metropolitan area approaching I-95. So anybody that's on 95, basically from, I would say, Thornburg, Virginia, down into Richmond, you might want to keep your eyes out, for the potential for a spin up. Just take it slow. Don't be in a rush. We obviously don't want anybody to get hurt on the roads today out there. And then additionally, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. I've been watching this one for the uh, last 20 minutes or so as it's came in through the Raleigh metropolitan area. This one is capable of producing a tornado. This is for portions of the northern Raleigh area, as well as Wake Forest, Rollsville, and Youngsville, North Carolina. While you're not in the polygon, you obviously want to respect this. Because we have the potential for these spin up tornadoes, and that's going to be how today's going to go. We're going to see a linear storm mode. These aren't going to be your typical supercells like you see out in the plains where they're isolated and you can kind of pick it up. But if you're close to the RDU airport, this is going to come very close to you, if not right over the airport, as it makes its way up towards Wake Forest and Youngsville. So those of you folks there, be in a safe place. Just make sure that you're respecting these today. Um, and as the severe weather threat begins to ramp up today, if you'll excuse us, Mark is currently off the stream because he's doing a hit on Fox Weather. So for those of you who aren't aware, Mark is also one of Fox Weather's exclusive storm trackers. So you can catch him on Fox Weather whenever we're not live streaming for any of these types of events. Um, Again, we're just going to keep watching these kind of one after the other start to fill in here. As you can see, this line, it's going to stay like this most of today. I know a few folks had asked me earlier, well, what can we expect in eastern North Carolina? It's going to be more of the same today. You're going to see these storms like right here, this one right here. That's going to continue moving off to the north and east. Again, please excuse my poor telestration skills. Um, they're going to put down a brief tornado and keep moving along. It's not going to be your typical supercells. These aren't going to be extremely long lived or long tracked, but obviously we want to make sure that everybody's being safe and playing it safe. Looking at our Still not seeing any correlation coefficient drop yet with this, which is a good thing. So down here in the bottom right of your screen, you're going to see all these uh, purples and oranges. And what I'm looking for is a solid blue circle. And that tells me that there could be debris being lofted. We're not seeing that just yet. So let me go ahead and take a look at what the National Weather Service is talking about. They're still calling it radar indicated rotation. So we're going to continue keeping our eye on this one as the day goes along. Go ahead and give a check. I know we had another cell up here that was down earlier near Stovall that prompted a tornado warning. That tornado warning has since expired, but there's still pretty much quite a bit of broad rotation here approaching the South Hill and La Crosse areas on I-85. So sorry. And you're going to see these storms start to fill in the whole way down into the southern part of the Carolinas. So Florence, Myrtle Beach, you guys are going to start seeing more of the stronger precipitation and stronger storms start to move in here shortly. So again, we've been covering this cell in eastern North Carolina and another one up here near Richmond, Virginia. And that those are both in effect. Let me see what the time frame is there for the um, tornado warning up in Goochland and Henrico and Hanover counties. That one at 12:15, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Wyndham or near Randolph-Macon College, moving northeast at 50. I'm not seeing, so that's until 12:30, and then you have the Raleigh storm that is still in effect until 12:45. So again, very dynamic atmosphere today. We've had numerous reports of down trees and power lines. Another storm that I'm gonna kind of keep an eye out is over. Oh God, I don't even want to try to pronounce this town because I know I'm gonna mess it up. Fuquay Varina. This one here looks like it could be. See here. I want to bring up the velocity. Maybe just to the south of it. I'm not seeing any definite rotation in there. But even though this rotation up here in the Raleigh area has kind of broadened out a little bit, there is still a definitive notch here when it comes to the radar signature. So folks in the Wake Forest area, heads up, that's headed straight for you. So you want to make sure that you're taking these seriously. They should be over relatively quickly. These are moving pretty fast, as it were. Excuse me 1 second. Ah. And as I said earlier, these storms are moving pretty quick. They're moving northeast at about 35. So let's go ahead and check out what's going on with the vehicle cam. So we're going to go ahead and transition. As I said before, Mark is in the Greenville area today. He's going to be checking out these storms as they move through the Greenville area. So we'll be watching this. We'll be watching this line for more potential spin up tornadoes across eastern North Carolina today. But I also, again, I don't want to forget the folks up in up in Virginia there as well. So we're actually seeing some thunderstorm wind damage coming out of the Virginia Department of Highways. There's tree downs on Route 723 in the vicinity of Rubermont Road north of Victoria. And then another one coming out of Amelia County, Virginia. There's a tree down on Route 633. So we are starting to see some uh, some new uh, some new reports of damage. I also want to advise that as of 12:25 p.m. Eastern, we now have a tornado watch up for portions of central and eastern North Carolina, southeast Virginia, and that goes until 8 o'clock. So they're talking about potential for a couple of tornadoes and wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour. That is going to cover um, all of the Hampton Roads area as well as the eastern part of North Carolina. So um, all of that area there. So in North Carolina, that includes, geez, Duplin, Greene, Lenore counties, Beaufort, Carteret, Craven, Dare, Hyde, Jones, Martin, Onslow, Pamlico, Pitt, Tyrell, as well as Cumberland, Edgecombe, Franklin, Halifax, Harnett, Hoke, Johnston, Nash. And that again, those go until 8 o'clock today. So let me go ahead and reset some things. I want to reset our ticker to bring up the most recent information there. One moment. I'm going to check the YouTube live chat just to see what everybody's been saying. Um, Will Holder. Yes, it is a guessing game. There are so many factors, and yes, you are right. So for those of you who aren't familiar with tornado forecasting, it is like playing whack-a-mole because there's such small little areas that go into this. Sam Morris, your son is in Myrtle Beach. Should he be concerned? Of course, you should always be weather aware, but I wouldn't say overly concerned. So the National Weather Service down there in portions of Charleston and South Carolina and Wilmington, they have their, you just want to make sure that your son is paying attention, that he's able to receive warnings, and that he takes the appropriate actions. Like I said, today, on a day like today, you're going to be experiencing storms that are going to put down a brief spin up. For the most part, maybe a couple of embedded supercells that are able to put down a bit of a stronger tornado. But I think today what we're going to be dealing with, a lot of these are going to be smaller tornadoes. They're going to be brief. So you're talking on the order of 5-10 minutes. And they are going to be kind of, they're going to be brief. So you're not really going to see them coming is the big thing. So just have a way to receive warnings. A305 Aaron, winds are picking up in Norfolk. Aaron, I think you're right there. I'm seeing on radar, we're starting to see some of these, what we call convective bands of light reflectivity. So those of you in the Hampton Roads area, you guys are going to start noticing your winds are going to pick up here shortly. So keep an eye out, make sure you're watching your radar, have a way to receive warnings. I'm going to go ahead and circle back to this tornado warning that we've been working today in portions of the Raleigh-Durham metropolitan area. And that is right now over portions of Wake Forest. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up the velocity product. And this just basically tells us where the winds are going. That rotation has certainly broadened out, which is always a good thing to see. So if there is a tornado down, it would be somewhere right about Wake Forest. And that's what we're going to be looking out for today. We're going to be looking out for these areas along this line. And, sorry, guys. Trying to remotely control the radar is not fun because it tends to glitch. So if you notice here, you have like this wavy pattern with the line. And everywhere these line kind of waves out, that's where we're going to be watching for these spin up tornadoes. So South Hill, this is the remnant of that cell that produced that tornado warning earlier today in northern North Carolina. That's starting to come into the Hampton Roads area. That's where I'd continue to just, keep an eye out for the potential for any spin ups. And then you have this cell up here that's kind of moving out of the warned area that prompted that tornado warning in the northern part of the Richmond metropolitan area. But the storm that was most concerned with, that I'm starting to see some evidence of some weakening, is going to be in the Wake Forest area. So let's go ahead and check out some let's check out. I'm hearing my weather IM. So that tornado warning for Wake County, for that cell over Wake Forest is still ongoing, and that will be 12:45 is when that is going to fire. So let's look at Wakefield. So that tornado warning for Goochland, Hanover, and Henrico is expiring. So folks in Goochland, Hanover, and Henrico counties, Virginia, you're no longer under a tornado warning. You're only under a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, the only tornado warning we have on the map today is this cell over Wake Forest, North Carolina. That's just north of Raleigh. We watched it come through portions of the Raleigh metropolitan area. And that's, again, what we're going to be on the lookout for today. We're going to be watching these cells as they move through eastern North Carolina, out of the Piedmont into the coastal plain for potential spin-ups. Tricks TYVR. Mark is going to, I don't know if he's going to start driving around shortly with this kind of an idea here with this type of setup. He's not going to really be able to catch up with these storms because of the way that they're moving and how fast they're moving. So the idea is that he's going to kind of stay in the same general vicinity, and we're going to wait for the line to overspread him. Once it overspreads, that's it, threat's over, and it moves on from there. So it's about an hour, I would say, away from impacting areas along the Carolina coast, from Greenville down to Wilmington and up towards Murfreesboro and the Newport News, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, Chesapeake area. So the Hampton Roads, Greenville, you guys are going to be the next ones under the gun. So that's what we're going to be keeping an eye out for. Again, Mark's working on his Fox hit right now, so we're going to go ahead and let him take that as we continue to move along. Again, if anybody has any questions, you want to interact, please drop down in the chat. We're going to be checking that throughout the course of today. We're going to be interacting with our folks that are watching us on YouTube, as well as on the HurricaneTrack Insider site. So please feel free, whether you're on our Discord or you're on YouTube, to interact. We'd love to hear from you. So again, I'm going to go ahead and keep the radar up. As you can see, the vehicle cams down on the right-hand side of your screen. We're going to continue to keep that up until we don't need to anymore. Until Mark jumps back in to the stream. So again, just kind of resetting for anybody just joining us. I apologize for that, some technical difficulties. Again, for any of you guys just joining us, this is CJ. We are with HurricaneTrack.com. We're covering a severe weather outbreak currently impacting portions of the eastern third of the United States. We're going to keep an eye on this throughout the day today, and we're going to stay with you until that threat has passed. Mark is in Greenville, North Carolina, live out in the field, and Good afternoon, everybody. This is CJ Morgan with HurricaneTrack. I am live from my home studio down here in Sarasota County, Florida, and Mark is live out in the field in Greenville, North Carolina. Good news is that tornado warning that was in effect for the Raleigh-Durham metropolitan area, portions of it, is now expired. So we're going to go ahead and switch back to our normal coverage here, since we don't have any live tornado warnings to kind of work at this moment. So just for those of you that are just joining us who may not be aware, we are covering this severe weather outbreak that's been ongoing the last couple of days. First real severe weather outbreak for the season that's taking place over the eastern two-thirds of the country. There was some damage reported in the Oklahoma City and Dallas-Fort Worth areas 2 days ago. Yesterday, some damage in southern Louisiana, and today we're focused on the Carolinas. Mark is in a parking lot at Lowe's down in Greenville, North Carolina, and we're going to continue monitoring things as the day progresses for the potential of some strong storms that could produce tornadoes as the day goes on. So, looking at things from the Storm Prediction Center, we do have that tornado watch that's going to be up for portions of central and eastern North Carolina, southeast Virginia, and the coastal waters. And that's going to go through 8 o'clock Eastern this evening. That includes the Hampton Roads area and the areas of Raleigh and Greenville, North Carolina, down to Wilmington and the Myrtle Beach area. Mark, you're joining us again.
Howdy, howdy.
So, guys, I'd like to welcome back Mark. I just took a second, Mark, to reset everything. I had to move to a different location in my home just to kind of reset myself. So, we're just going on that tornado warning in the Raleigh area is now expired. They went ahead and expired it. I'm not seeing anything pressing at the moment. Again, still just seeing those echo wave patterns on the radar.
Yeah, it's interesting how fast they pop up and then go down, which is what we thought would be the case. And the problem with that is you don't know when they're going to pop up over you, and you're going to have very short notice. And like you said, you can't see them. You got a few more hours here before this gets out over the ocean. And I understand during when I was doing my Fox hit, the tornado watch has been extended eastward as we thought it might be.
Right. Couple of questions that did come up from some folks. Like, what is your plan today? I know you had said you wanted to kind of wait up for the line in Greenville. Why would you prefer to stay stationary rather than going out and actually driving around today?
Oh, I am. I'm getting ready to. So I'm gonna.
Oh, okay.
It's funny because today was like a two-part deal. I needed to get a piece of furniture to my daughter who goes to ECU as a PT student, and I was like,
Right.
"Oh, there's some severe weather out that way today. I'll just drive it up today."
Right.
And so I did that, and then I had the Fox hit, and I'm hanging out in the Lowe's parking lot here in Greenville, and I'm going to look at everything, and I see the tornado watch. Man, that goes all the way out to eastern North Carolina.
And it goes until 1 o'clock
Yeah.
in the morning, or
Well,
8
really?
o'clock tonight. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna thinking.
I'm reading. I saw 1 UTC and my brain went 1 Eastern rather than 8. So that is 8 Eastern. I did see some updates from. So this is a couple of damage reports. This is from Lewinburg County, Virginia. There are some trees down on Route 723 in Victoria, and then Amelia County, Virginia, tree down on Route 633 in the vicinity of Dykeland Road, northwest of Chula, Virginia. So we are seeing some reports of these of wind damage, which we expected.
Yep.
Duke Energy. This is in near Climax, so Guilford County. Duke Energy is reporting outage caused by fallen trees. So that's out of the Piedmont Triad. Let's go ahead and switch some gears. I'm going to go ahead and bring up on stream the our browser so we can go ahead and kind of look through this for a moment. And one of the things I kind of want to bring up real quick is the power outage map kind of get an idea of where the power outages stand now. So
Sure.
Virginia,
Yeah.
there are almost 20,000 folks without power and about 18.5 in North Carolina. So you are starting to see those power outages tick up. Interestingly, the majority of them are out over Western North Carolina rather than in the Piedmont where we would figure they would be.
So what I think I'm
And
going to
then-
do is head towards I-95 so that I can use that to move northwest and southeast much easier.
So I think that's a good idea.
Basically, I'm going to head
Obviously,
to Wilson.
okay. Obviously, the heaviest precipitation is going to be approaching that area soon.
Right.
I'm kind of trying to find storm relative velocity. I'm going to start looking, and there's still that rotation in that little cell that had produced that tornado warning in the Raleigh metro. That might be wrapping up again somewhere between Franklinville and Youngsville, heading up towards Louisville and Centerville, eventually heading up towards like Halifax, North Carolina. So just folks in that area, keep an eye out on it. Nothing at the moment that's telling me that's going to be a major issue for the moment. I'm not really seeing much else. The storms are too close to the Raleigh radar site now, so I'm
Right.
getting a lot of interference. But
Can't
there is
win,
quite a
can
bit of
you?
lightning.
Too
No,
close or too far away?
exactly.
Oh, there's more lightning, huh?
Yeah, there's more lightning down in the portion of the cell that's right over Dillon, South Carolina. And that's going to move into like Pembroke, Lumberton, Elizabethtown, Bladenboro here soon. That's just pushing east. That's and there's not really much rotation there. It's more or less just,
Right, and that's closer to where I live.
correct. Which we expected. There's much more instability over southern North Carolina right now than there is over, Virginia and the northern part of the Carolinas. So just to kind of give an idea as to
That's
what's
where the
going on
tornado
here.
watch got. The new tornado watch is
Right.
eastern North Carolina, and the
Correct.
extreme southeast North Carolina is not even.
Yep. So, and that's
Like, it's just-
because they expect all of that instability to advect or be
Right.
transported northeast
Where
along
I
the
am,
front.
yeah.
So, yep.
Right.
So as everybody is what they can see on screen at the moment, we're taking a look at the watch warning map from the National Weather Service, and I'm going to try with my poor telestration skills. Which one is the pen on your ink to go? Is it the little green thing?
Oh, you've got that pulled up? Nice.
I do.
It's the farthest one
Oh.
on the left, and then you got to click
Got
on
it.
it and go down and
Yep.
make the thickness thicker.
Got it. Okay, cool. Perfect. And let's
There's
do.
also a highlighter. Highlighter is kind of
Yep,
toward.
I got it. I got it. So as you guys
That's
can
cool.
see, and I'm kind
Doing
of.
all this through my computer. I like that.
Yep. So as I'm outlining on the screen, these wind advisories, Mark, they extend from Lake Erie, the shores of Lake Erie, from central Florida the whole way into Minnesota and Wisconsin. And then as far west as East Texas, East Oklahoma, and Eastern Kansas. So that is a
Lot of
huge
energy.
portion of the country. Yep. And we knew that going into this, right? We knew that the kinematics were going to be there to kind of really, reflect that as the day went along. How do I? Oh, never mind. I figured it out. God, it's been so long since I've used one of these telestration tools. So kind of looking through, if you don't mind, I'm kind of looking through Twitter at the moment. There's that tornado watch. So for those of you guys that are on stream, you see this tornado watch is up right now for portions of Virginia and North Carolina. That includes Jacksonville, Kill Devil Hills, Greenville, New Bern, Virginia Beach, etc.
Right.
And continuing to go through, let's see. I'm just trying to see if there's any reports of damage or anything. If you don't mind, I'm using your Twitter feed because that's what's on here.
Sure. You're well versed in how to search and do whatever too. So
yeah. So and
Have
that's
it.
these are the things that we're going to be looking for today. Another thing I want to look at real quick. I'm going to pull up the meso analysis from the Storm Prediction Center's page. So for those of you that the Storm Prediction Center has these wonderful meso analysis, and this is what we look at, right, Mark, when we're out in the field. This is what I
Right.
pull up when we're out there chasing in the plains. We need to know where is the best area for our target, and that shifts throughout the day as the the event kind of takes on its look, so to speak. I can
Right.
tell you that in the lowest parts of the atmosphere, you're talking 0 to 500 meters for the storm relative helicity. The highest values right now are centered essentially over southeast North Carolina, northeast South Carolina, and up and along that I-95. It's directly ahead of the front. So that's
Right.
where I think we're going to see the most likely portion. Now, moving upwards in height, let's do surface to 3 kilometers. It's pretty much the bullseye's down there, but there's more than enough to work with for now. And let's check the surface to 1 kilometer range. That's typically where we see, if we're looking at, and this is bulk shear. So you're talking areas of bulk shear 0 to 1, 0 to 3 kilometers. You're talking 45 45 for that. What is the meters squared per second squared? I believe for shear is the value there. But you're talking about a ton of wind. There's so much kinematic energy in the atmosphere today. It is kind of insane.
Luckily, there's not a lot of vertical motion to get deep thunderstorms to cause all this to rotate. That is the one area, like, we don't have any sunshine, the instability, the cape is low. So those ingredients aren't there. Otherwise, this would have been a very dangerous day.
Correct. And you do have higher cape values down into Southern Carolina or South Carolina, Southern North Carolina. And that's because they had some breaks in the atmosphere or
Right.
breaks in the cloud cover today. Looking at the visible satellite, there really isn't, like you said earlier, that cloud shield extends from essentially the Piedmont of the Carolinas and Virginia the whole way out to the coastline. So there really isn't any breaks in the atmosphere for this. There is some offshore of the Carolinas, but
Right.
in terms of getting those deep convective thunderstorms, I'm just not seeing it. And
Nope.
that's something that we knew. We talked about yesterday that, this is really going to, it's going to be a tough forecast, but we knew it was going to be a linear storm mode. We knew it was going to be a more messy storm mode, and we knew that the biggest chance for tornadoes were going to be these spin up within the line.
I saw somebody yesterday on Twitter, I can't remember who it was, that they were commenting about yesterday, because a lot of people said that yesterday underperformed, and they brought up that high probability and high confidence doesn't always mean high intensity. Because there was a lot of severe weather. I mean, I would say that 500,000 people without power in Texas, that's a lot of severe weather.
Yeah, I agree.
Where a lot of people, it's like the hurricanes, everybody's focused on how strong it is in the category, but they forget that it's still a hurricane no matter what. That severe weather, that's not always tornadoes. I mean, straight line wind, the flooding rain, and my new thing, the hail. I mean, hail is far more destructive on a dollar basis than tornadoes any year. I mean, it's just that's the way it is. But the tornadoes are what really, they're eye catching, and I get it. But all those people without power, that was from severe weather, and they nailed it. It was exactly what was forecast.
Yep, exactly. So one of the things I want to look at here, I brought up on stream the SPC's Storm Reports website. We had 7, this is for yesterday, 7 tornado reports, 215 high wind or wind reports with 1 high wind report, but only 2 hail reports.
Yeah. Well, not a lot of
This
hail. We're not
has
quite
been
in
right. But, to your point, this was a huge wind event, which we knew it was going to be, right? We knew that confidence in the forecast verified. Now
Yep.
today, so far, this is just the 24-hour period. We've already had 37 reports to the National Weather Service for
Yeah.
wind. And that's all in this area of the Piedmont of the Virginias, Virginia, the Carolinas, down into Georgia.
Driving through
And
the
again,
heart of East Carolina University, folks, by the way.
and we knew that was going to happen. So that confidence was high in that
Right.
forecast that this wasn't going to be a prolific tornado producer. We knew it wasn't going to be. So I think that, a lot of people were confused about potentially the tornado side of it. But at the end of the day, we knew what it was going to be. Hey, question
Again, it's
for you.
all about
On ink,
the impacts.
right. On ink to go, how do I clear the screen?
Trying to remember how you do it. I think it's either the A button
Oh, gotcha.
or Q. It's funny. I have to sit there and just like, what's Fred's phone
Yeah.
number? I don't know.
Muscle memory. You go off of
Right.
muscle memory.
Yeah, I think it's either A or
Completely
Q.
get it. Okay. I got it off, so we're good there. So another thing, and I'm going to go ahead and check out the radar here in a second. I'm going to switch this back to the main vehicle cam. What is your biggest notice today other than the winds where you are? How's the temperatures? How's is it muggy?
No, it's not particularly muggy. 70 degrees, and my biggest thing that I've noticed is the lack of sunshine, and that tells
Right.
me we're going to be very low capped, low expectations, but
Yep.
that's not zero. Something could still spin up from the energy in the
Right.
atmosphere. But this is not your typical sunny, oh boy, here it comes, and then the supercells erupt later. This is
Right.
it's a little different. But the good thing, and I
It's an
said this on my
early
Fox Weather
season
interview,
system.
right? I am in shorts and a short sleeve shirt, which is a big change from everything else I've done up to now this year, where it's been snow and freezing cold. So I am glad to
Yeah,
be
that I can understand.
in shorts.
All right, let's check out the YouTube. Karen Figgins, my daughter graduated from ECU.
How
Awesome.
about that?
Bagel X, hello from Raleigh. Just got finished being all comfy in the closet under the stairs. Love seeing that. Scott told me the telestration wasn't coming across on the screen. Dang. Okay.
Maybe
Well, we'll
OBS
figure it out.
is picking up everything.
I don't think it is. Nadine. They keep describing Midwest tornadoes coming out of thunderstorms, not the quick, hidden, spin up tornadoes from land. You're absolutely correct. When people think of, growing up in Western Pennsylvania, which is interesting because, like Alabama, and people don't realize Alabama gets violent tornadoes. Alabama is not flat. It's very similar, actually, topographically to my home state of Pennsylvania.
Right.
They have the giant ridge running through Birmingham. I mean, this is not
Yeah, it's at the
smooth,
southern end of
flat
the
terrain.
Appalachians, man. Right.
hmm And, there's actually, Karen or Nadine, some research ongoing into how that is actually influencing tornado genesis in the Southeast United States. What does that terrain and that topography have in common? Or, how is it influencing? And one of the things that I heard so many times growing up as a kid, oh, we can't have tornadoes here. There's the hills. They don't like the
Right.
hills. My my grandmother's house in Vandergrift, Pennsylvania, this was in the early 80s. A F4 went through and relocated her house. It actually tore the whole thing off its foundation and deposited it roof down into somebody else's basement. So,
Yikes.
I mean, and that's in Western Pennsylvania. We had an F5 in the 80s during the 1985 Midwest or Great Lakes Canadian tornado outbreak. So, when people think of tornadoes, they're thinking of, Kansas and those beautiful slender tubes.
Right.
Our dream storms, as storm chasers. But looking at it in Dixie Alley, which I'm gonna overextend, which to me includes the Carolinas, Georgia, Northern Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas, basically areas east of 35 and south of, let's say, like along and south of I-40, right?
Yeah.
And
Southeast
along
U.S.
and north of I-10. We don't get
Right.
those. It's very rare that we ever do. Um, we get these low topped, high precip because we're so close to the Gulf and the Atlantic, and they're rain wrapped. You can't see them coming. And our terrain here is treed, it's hilly. Even in the coastal plains, it's still hilly.
You'll
So,
get an idea at this intersection, by the way, of the wind because the stoplights are swaying pretty good.
yeah, I saw that at the last one. Um, and that's something, and you and I talked about this last night too. The main reason why you're not out there flying at 80 miles an hour is, I mean, look at the rain.
Oh
Dangerous.
yeah,
The most dangerous
forget
part of
that.
storm chasing is the commute. I really like what Will Holder said here. I think people get obsessed with the 5 to 7 day outlook. I have the opinion that it's going to be a significant event rather than the SPC just having confidence there will be severe weather within that time frame. Will, you are 100% correct. I agree with that analysis, so to speak. Nadine, I like that comment too. We have 5 tornado alleys, and Dixie Alley has 2 tornado seasons. You are absolutely correct. Wow, Mark, I'm noticing the swaying on the traffic lights there. Definitely tons of wind in the atmosphere. Mark, if you're talking, I can't hear you. 500, somewhere in there, concurrent viewers. So I want to thank you guys for jumping in with us just to kind of reset things. This is CJ live from my home studio here in Sarasota County, Florida. Mark is out in the field. It is 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern. He is in Greenville, North Carolina.
Right.
We are covering for you this severe weather setup for the eastern portion of the Carolinas and Virginia, the Mid Atlantic, lighting up today with the potential for wind damage and the slight potential for tornadoes embedded within this line. Um, Mark, you and I had talked about.
I'm
You still
back.
there?
Yep.
Gotcha. So we had talked about one of the things I noticed right off the bat, the lack of lightning
Right.
in this system. We're starting to see some of that pick up in Fayetteville and Lumberton. These cells that are over Fayetteville and Lumberton, and actually looking at it from the Wilmington radar site, which ironically, I did not have KLTX up on my, and I need to fix that, my weather IM. So let me fix that. Where is it?
Oh yeah, it's
That
pretty
is,
active west of Wilmington.
mhm. And I told you I had a bit of a hunch yesterday. It was a possibility, but I wasn't 100% sure. Um, and as the National Weather Service kind of pointed out there earlier today, there was a potential for this to start ramping up midday.
Yep.
So let me
Here we
bring up
are.
OLM chat. Okay, let's see what's going on in the Wilmington area. So, other than the wind advisory and the high surf advisory, which is another thing, we actually had rip current statements up yesterday along our Gulf Coast in Florida, as I'm sure you guys have, with the high wind, high surf. That's another thing people don't really think about. They don't think about the
Yeah,
that
Louisiana and
portion of it.
Texas had coastal flood advisories the other day,
Yeah,
and they kept
and the
talking about
beach
a lot of
erosion.
sea spray. And a lot of sea spray out there. tell you, whatever this part of Greenville is, the Verizon just doesn't work because I keep getting the red can't connect to server thing.
So weird. Yeah, I do notice it is buffering a bit. Do you want to try pulling off and hooking up Starlink?
Well, I'd have to turn it off, like turn this. I mean, once I get away from this bad cell site, it'll get better.
Right.
So I'm headed towards Wilson. So just give it a few minutes and let it improve.
So let's go ahead in the meantime, pop over to radar, give things a look over again.
That's good that you have different sources you can go to.
Yep. So we are. So those storms are finally moving through the Raleigh-Durham area. I'm noticing potentially some rotation. I'm going to watch it. Potential for a spin up near Fayetteville. And I'm going to switch over to the Wilmington radar site real quick because I was looking at that earlier.
Truck full of tires in front of me.
Yeah, not much going on there, but you are seeing the rain shield start to overspread ahead of the line. So if you're in Wilmington right now, you're actually getting rain. It's pretty steady rain with some breaks in the precip. But I'm going to keep an eye on this area just south of Fayetteville. It's kind of in a radar a weird spot because it's close enough to be the Raleigh radar site, but it's not close enough that it's not giving me anything.
Yeah.
That makes me overconfident that something's going on. So one of the things for those of you that are tuning in, on the right-hand side of your screen, you're going to see the reds and greens. That is velocity. Today, I'm actually using what's called storm relative velocity. And Mark, you and I talked to you about that earlier today. I said it's going to be your best friend today. So what this does is, if I look at just the regular velocity on a day like today, it washes everything out. You actually don't see that big of a difference. So what the storm relative velocity does, it actually takes the vector, the wind vector, the mean movement, and it cancels it out. So that way we're better able to see what the rotation is relative to the storms themselves.
Sure.
Which is better for these quasi-linear modes.
All right, I'm on a good highway now. Woo!
Oh, that was a good gust of wind. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that went up west of Raleigh now. Go ahead and give that a look. That radar in motion. I'm going to give that a look over.
Steady rain now.
Yeah, you should be getting into the rain shield here soon if you're not already.
Oh, yeah.
Some more reports of tree damage, outage caused by fallen trees. This is 5 miles southeast of Four Oaks in Johnson County, North Carolina. Not sure if you know where that's at.
Oh, yeah.
So there is a tornado possible tag on this. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 2 p.m. Eastern for Western Nash, Southeastern Harnett, Eastern Wake, Johnston, and Central Franklin counties.
And I'm headed right for where that's going to catch up to 95.
Okay, good.
So I'm gonna go right into that line, dude.
Good. So we should start being able to see it at some point out there. And I can tell you this, Mark, I should be starting to get the very southern end of this line. Ironically, it's going to come through here in about the next 5 minutes.
Wow. Man, it is so windy, just buffeting the Tacoma.
Yep.
Especially with that big hail guard up there.
Right. Our wind vane.
I'm really hoping when Matt and I take the front 4 panels off that opens up the flow a lot better for driving, and I can gain some gas mileage again.
Right. Okay, let's see what folks are saying. I'm so sorry, Jamari Barnes, if I mispronounced your name. Yeah, everybody, and I'm seeing this theme coming up in the chat on YouTube, that everybody's commenting on the wind, and you mentioned that too. I can tell you here, it's pretty windy here. So, I mean, that's what, 700, 600 miles, 700 miles between us,
So
and we're dealing with this wind.
I'm gonna stop the lyrics real quick and try to switch the phone over to Starlink.
Okay, go ahead.
See if that works, because I'm out in the open, so it should do much better.
Yep, you're totally fine. I have the radar up on screen, and actually, while you're doing that, let's go ahead and revisit some of the power outages, etc. If anybody in the YouTube chat wants me to check out your local area when it comes to power outages, whatever, feel free to request it. I'm going to be checking in that YouTube chat every so often here. Throughout the day, I want to make sure that I am, checking that out for you guys and going from there.
And we're back up on Starlink, so hopefully we get less red.
The idea. 1 second.
I didn't bring the Speedify today. I just didn't want to mess with it.
All good. But this would be a good version. So Kathleen Fick asks, "Hey Mark, please be safe today. Do you think you will get any data for the Hail project today?
0.
And why is
Nope.
that?"
Because we just don't have enough instability to get hail producing storms. These are just too low topped. I think whatever hail threat there is much farther north, which is ironic, but yeah, these are not going to be hail producers.
Right. And we knew that going into this.
There's just not enough convective available potential energy, and the lapse rates, the temperature change with height, it's just not there.
Right.
But that's coming in the next few weeks as everything starts to warm up more.
Absolutely. So I was able to bring the stream back up in terms of the your vehicle cam, and it does look a lot better, but we're starting to see that heavier rain now moving into your area, Mark,
Yep.
where you're at.
That should drive out from under it in just a few minutes.
That's the idea.
And then we'll have to see if there's any sunshine between me and Wilson. And then that line, I'm getting closer and closer to that line, dude. That's going to be something else. Once I get out from under this rain, I'll pull off and I'll put the GoPro up on the hood. You remember that from last year's hail stuff. And we'll just let that run, and in case something happens, I can catch it in 4K.
Right.
So, back to what Kathleen was saying, any data for the hail project? Well, I mean, maybe in terms of testing, always, look at this as a rehearsal.
Right.
And we're really excited about this year's hail stuff. Going to be working with IBHS to take a few roof panels out there and attach cameras to them, deploy them in big hailstone storm events to get the big stones, and then share that data with Dr. Giamenko and his scientists at IBHS. And there's a big project called Ice Chip, where a lot of people are going to be out there studying hail this year, starting May 17th. See, I told you, CJ, 2 years ago when I dreamed it up. I just, no, it's a big deal.
Right.
It's funny because we were at a Texas Roadhouse and you showed me that picture, of somebody holding
That
a
was the day
huge
they had
hailstone.
DVD size hail.
Right. And I went to the bathroom, and I was thinking on the way to the bathroom and back, I was like, man, that's amazing. And we always have to avoid the hail, because we're in a rental vehicle or whatever. And I was like, wait a minute. That's the goal. Why don't we go after the hail specifically and make that a thing? There's plenty of people chasing tornadoes, but only a handful that are really into the hail. And here we are.
Yep.
As
And that's exactly what
said,
it is.
It is so.
So we lost your stream, by the way. I don't know why.
It came
We'll
back.
go
It
ahead
was
and go
very
back to
brief.
the radar.
It was just a very quick,
Yeah, I'm gonna wait
quick
for that to pull
dropout.
up.
Should be back though. Had a little brief red, a little can't connect to server.
There it is. Okay. Just had to refresh it in OBS. So again, we have this this line here that's really, I mean, it's potent.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I wanna.
Like you said,
I would say, given the Cape values, I don't think it's that surprising.
I'm just not used to it. That's
Because
what I should have said.
right,
Yeah.
right. No, that's true. But you're not wrong either. So there's another mesoscale discussion up for portions of the Virginia Eastern Shore. So they're talking about the 60-mile-per-hour winds, damage to trees, power lines reported over the last hour for the northern portion of the line near Richmond. Daytime heating yielded temperatures in the mid to upper 50s to mid 60s. Deep layer shear around 60 to 70 knots. Strong mid-level flow will continue to support continued organization. Occasional line embedded mesovortices may, support a risk for tornadoes. So again, nothing that we didn't expect.
Right. Almost out of the rain.
And I do think that you're going to see some more of those spin up tornado warnings, especially as this moves off to the east. Once it gets a little bit further out, because the main line is right over the Raleigh radar right now.
Right.
And there definitely is a couple of areas where this is starting to bow out again. And you'll see that, as the day goes on, we're going to see these bowing structures as the day goes on. That's kind of what we need to keep an eye out for. Go ahead.
So the radar itself, the radar itself is down in Clayton.
Yep.
That's where my son lives with his family.
Oh wow. So yeah, they're in the thick of it right now.
Yeah, it's like what's happening down there? Like get a first-hand report from Nathan.
Now, from the storm relative velocity product, Mark, I'm getting like over, what is this? I can't read it. Over Zebulon, like between Zebulon and Wendell, I'm seeing, radar sampled velocities. Now, given this isn't far from the radar site, so they're not too far up in the atmosphere, but there's, wind gusts in excess of 65, 67 miles an hour. And it wouldn't, it's not out of the realm of possibility that that's being mixed down to the surface. At all. So whatever you do today, make sure the truck's faced into the wind.
Oh yeah. Man, that was so funny last year when we were hanging plexiglass and they started lifting up like airplane wings or driving down the shoulder of the interstate in Missouri.
I-29.
The evolution of how this is evolved is quite comical. And then I put the big golf net over everything. You couldn't see anything out the windshield. It was like, what on earth? But Now I realize that the hail guard does fine, and we've got polycarb cut to the shapes of the windows now that we can just stick on with double-sided tape that Marcel made. Much
Yep.
simpler.
Too bad we can't just replace the windows with, instead of
Yeah, but
glass, use that.
even that though, like Jeff was saying over in Weatherford, you know, you don't want 4-inch hailstones just beating the devil out of the Tacoma.
Yep.
It starts leaking, you know, seams get busted.
Right.
I mean, it's a trade-off. You can either spend the money on a hail guard or spend the money over time repairing stuff.
Right.
I just think it would be terrifying to sit in an unprotected vehicle in baseball-size hail.
Oh, I agree.
It was already pretty daunting in Nebraska when I finally nailed that one in Seneca, and that big hail was falling.
I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty daunting with just those quarters and dimes
Right.
flying at the window.
Right. But I got used to it, and I thought, okay. But
Right.
this year, my goal this year is to find a 5-inch stone or larger.
Okay. I like that.
And Dr. Giamanco told me an interesting term that they have. I want to find really big stones and plowable hail events where it hails so hard that the DOT
Yeah.
has to come out and plow. 2 feet of hail. I mean, like Yuma, Colorado, a couple years ago.
Hereford.
Some of those were, yeah. You remember that, dude? The next freaking afternoon, it was still there.
Yep.
Golly, man, we missed that, and that was at night.
Yep.
Can you imagine? I mean, those hail strips where they come across like that, those streaks, man, and it'd be like 2 feet deep.
Yep.
I gotta see something like that in person and document it with all the different cameras.
Right.
And then to witness the hail fog. I have seen that. I saw that in Texas in 2020 with Mike Farrow and Brent.
Right.
And we were driving through it out there near Comfort, Texas. And that's when I was like, hey, let's pull over because the hail's covering the road. And Mike goes, I can't pull over, dude. I'm going to run off the effing road.
Right.
And Brent was in the back seat. He was like, if you guys need me to take over, you're going to argue and fight and everything, and you need me to drive, just let me know. It's so funny. I was just, man, I was giddy. It was amazing to see that much hail on the ground, and then this hail fog, and then the sun was setting, so everything had this weird purple color. It was just wacko. Like, wow.
Right.
So we got that coming in the next few months. And we're going to be launching the weather balloon into supercells to try to capture video of ice, super cool water collecting on a tennis ball.
Yep.
That would be really, really neat. Have the little temperature probe. It'll give us data every 6 seconds. It's pretty good. And try to match. Basically, we want to have video evidence of the steep lapse rate. Like,
right.
that looks like. Where did it start? And we can match that up. I mean, wouldn't that be amazing, CJ? If we could say, oh look, we started getting ice at 22,000 feet.
Right.
The dew point. We can get
we're losing you. There it goes. Right. Right.
Yeah, Starlink's buffering for some reason.
Are you in terrain?
out here. I'm in a no man's land,
It's all good.
but it's dry. It stopped raining.
Well, that's good. That's really good.
Oh wow! So the line is starting to bow out just a little bit south of Zebulon.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. And we're
And
seeing
that's
that
gonna
on screen right now.
over. That's gonna
Wow.
come right over.
Do you have you don't have your an anemometer on you, do you?
Nah. I mean, I've got my handheld, but I don't want to be standing out in the rain. Sorry.
Right.
Take a pass on that. I'll estimate using the Beaufort scale.
Now I wonder, maybe we should get one of those anemometers we have and strap it to the top of the truck.
Well, yeah, that certainly is possible. It's just going to create more drag, and
Right.
the most important thing out in supercell land, it'll be a lightning
Hail.
rod.
Oh yeah,
Well,
that
that
too.
too. Yeah, I'm really worried about lightning getting into the Tacoma.
Right.
So
All I remember is that Brady, Texas supercell
yes,
with that positive
That-
seed that just boom, boom.
yeah, the lightning in that sucker was frightening. That was a monster storm. What did they say? It was like 60,000 feet.
Yeah, that was one of the ones that like it was able to turn day to night.
And you remember we had to avoid the hail in that one too.
Yep.
So we had a rental.
Yes, we did. Let me.
And it doesn't matter, even if you have coverage, either your credit card, which I do on American Express, or you buy the coverage. I assure you, if you bring a vehicle back that's beat to hell, they're going to get pissed.
Yep. You get blacklisted.
Yeah, if you do it enough, you'll get blacklisted. Variable message board I just passed had a thing on there about the severe weather today.
Yep. 1 second. Let me. I gotta move some stuff around real quick. That way I can get back to Parsec. But yeah, I see what you're talking about. That line that's bowing out, and you may see some reports of stronger winds. So those of you from Zebulon down to Wilson's Mills, that area is really starting to bow out ahead. And it's kind of moving not just east, but the main storm motion is almost to the northeast. And there is a little tiny portion right at the end of that where there's also another bit of a bowing segment within that precipitation. So we got to keep an eye on this area back in here.
I'm going to jump off
potential
here and
for
put the
spin-ups.
camera up front real quick
Yep.
before it starts raining again. That thing will run for about 5 hours.
Oh,
Good little spot.
we have
right
another tornado warning. This one up near the Hampton Roads area. Oh, wow. Yeah, Mark. Wow. All right. So let's take a look at this one, guys.
Yeah, let me look at that too with you, because that's where Jesse is.
Yep. So this is portions of.
Oh yeah, it's west of Sussex.
Yep. So this is going to be tornado warning for Dinwiddie County, and southeastern Dinwiddie and northeastern Brunswick County and south central Virginia. That is a pretty decent, comma head is really what that is. So I'm going to pull up the correlation coefficient. Luckily, I'm not seeing any CC drops on this. So I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue, at least not right this second. But that is some pretty decent rotation there. And it's close enough to the radar there for that. So I think that, max hail size, 0 inches. So DeWitt, that's going to be on your doorstep here shortly. You have McKinney, just past McKinney. The town of Dinwiddie, you are in the polygon, so you want to take, note of that. But I can definitely tell you there is, if you're looking here, our couplet. Right in there. That's what we're looking for. So we're going to continue watch this move off to the northeast. So folks in the Hampton Roads area, this is going to be on your doorstep here shortly. And this is valid until 1:45. So northeastern Brunswick, you've been dropped from that. So this is tornado warning still in effect for southeastern Dinwiddie County. And that includes Wharf Store, Butterworth, and Burgess. So, and it'll be near Dinwiddie and DeWitt around 1:30. It is currently 1:28. So you folks there don't have a lot of time, but you know, you want to keep an eye on this storm, make sure that you know you're keeping an eye on it and that it's going that you're well aware, weather aware. So this is starting to move into the general vicinity of the Hampton Roads area with the strongest weather. And wow, that is a heck. You can really see, Mark, the S bend there in the
Right.
line, that notch in, that is it's very pronounced up there. So that is something that we're going to need to keep an eye on as things kind of go forward here. Just give me one moment, guys. I gotta reset. I'm having a bit of trouble reading this just because it's so small. Because the just it's not easy to read it from. Oh god, it's way too zoomed in. But yeah, McKinney, Dinwiddie, that area. Even down here, we're getting marine mesonettes and buoys out in Tampa Bay that are reporting wind gusts of 39 miles an hour.
All right. Everything's ready.
Good.
GoPro's on the hood.
The good news is I'm still not seeing a CC drop yet. But that circulation is going to be moving just south of the town of Dinwiddie as it continues off to the north and east up towards US Route 460. Let's see, I want to see. So I'm going to go ahead and leave this up on screen for the moment, just so that way folks can watch it.
Sure.
I'm going to check it on my radar scope because it's a little bit easier to see.
Get on I-95 here soon.
Oh, so you are in Wilson?
Yeah, really close.
How far are you from I-95?
I'm only a few miles from 95.
Okay, good. Good.
My APRS should be on if you want to.
Yep, I got it. I got it pulled up. The problem is I just don't have it up on the HTPC.
Right.
Oh.
Sorry.
Wow, did that tighten up quickly?
Sorry about that. My bad. Dude came flying up over that hill, man. I turned. Nobody was there. That white pit. Well, you probably don't see the stream.
No, I can't see it, but they can see it down on the right-hand side of their screen.
Dude, the pickup truck
Look at that.
came out of nowhere. Could be a storm chaser.
So folks in Petersburg, if this continues to hold its act together, it'll head right off to the east. You know where that 85 or that 95 295 split is up in Virginia? That's about where this is going to cross I-95, I think.
And they had one up there 1998, I think. Really bad tornado in that area. I think it was 98.
It just got really dark here, man. Here comes the line. There is a little bit of a notch forming just east of Clayton, but it's not far enough from the radar. I can't really see it, which is a problem.
You know you're in Eastern Road is called Tarts Mill Road. Tarts Mill Road.
I'm also watching a couple of spots down near Fayetteville where there's lightning definitely picking up. You're starting to see more
Yep.
lightning right behind the main line in the Raleigh area. So I am noticing that that instability is moving to the northeast as this kind of moves along here. If you look at the Raleigh radar, there's almost like a secondary line of wind behind this main line that's over Henderson and Wake Forest
Right.
right now. Very interesting. There is some rotation on this northern end, this almost like comma head feature, again up in northern North Carolina, that's moving up to the north and east. This is just to the south and east of Soul City and Norlina, west of Whitakers and Red Oak.
Yeah.
But man, this
Whitakers.
is pretty decent rotation on that little comma head feature still in the Dinwiddie area. So I'm going to keep my eye on this. This one may hold itself together. I'm still not seeing any evidence of debris being lofted, which is always a good thing. But that rotation is definitely there, and that comma head feature is just still persisting as we move along here. Let's see, anything from our...
Nathan said his entire yard is underwater now.
Oh, that's not good.
Crazy rain rates.
Oh, I'm sure.
Said, send me some pics.
Yeah, and if anybody's watching live on stream, you want to share those, just send them to us at HurricaneTrack on Twitter or X or whatever it's called this week, and we can show them on stream. I can pull them up on stream. So if anybody's in the line of this, obviously, when you're able to do so safely, don't go out there in the middle of it.
Right.
Things
Don't
are
try
moving
to be
all over the
famous.
place. Yeah, just don't do it. It's not fun. Trust me. I tried to do that when Milton was coming through and we got a decent gust and I saw all these pieces of the trees in front of me start flying at my face. And that kind of, that was my hint. Don't do that again.
Some serious backcountry roads through here, bro.
Yeah, I see that. You are in Driver's Store, North Carolina.
So this is all over Starlink. It's doing pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say so, especially for the amount of trees I see that you have there. So again, guys, if you'll forgive me, I'm going to go ahead and check. So severe thunderstorm warning for Nash County, Northern Edgecombe, and Halifax counties in North Carolina until 2:45. That one has a tornado possible tag on it as well. Do
Wow, look at
broadcast
that line.
media in
Good Lord.
Raleigh is reporting a tree splitting down in Raleigh. This is Wake County.
It's funny the way you said that. A tree splitting down.
That's what it says. Broadcast news verbatim. Broadcast news reported a tree split and down. Time estimated based on radar. And again, I'm still focused in here on this potentially rotating storm up near Dinwiddie, Virginia. And this really, like right in here, is where I'm looking. There's a couple of areas there may be rotation, but I'm still not seeing any evidence of a correlation coefficient drop. So that's a good thing. Mark, you are muted again if you're trying to talk. And we are getting rain here now. So the line has made it to Sarasota County, Florida.
And there we go. You got me? Hello, hello?
Yes. Second.
I thought this was going to put me on 995. I don't know what the hell is going on.
Sounds like you've been pushed off the beaten path, as they say. Yeah, that rotation up just east of Dinwiddie is definitely starting to tighten up a bit again. This is right along. I'm going to try to zoom in here. Virginia Route 703, State Highway 605, State Highway 660. Those are the areas that we're kind of look. This is just east of 95, east of the town of Dinwiddie, Virginia. I'm going to go ahead and just double check. I haven't seen anything that they're going to, I saw the continuation, but I haven't seen any update yet. I'm assuming that this tornado warning is going to get continued just because that comma head feature is still there. It's still very evident on radar. And again, I'm not seeing a correlation coefficient drop yet, so I'm gonna go ahead and zoom out a little bit. I feel like I'm going to give people motion sickness because for whatever reason, when I use my trackpad to zoom, it always over zooms.
Hmm.
Go ahead and put this in motion here. Yeah, I mean, it's still definitely there, though. That low-level rotation is absolutely still there. And if anything, it's tightening back up. It's not dissipating. So I'm wondering if they're going to continue this. And it does look like it's tracking to the northern half of that polygon. So I'm assuming that we're going to see a new tornado warning get put up for this. And that should include southern portions of the city of Petersburg, if I'm correct. Let's look at other warnings that are up. So again, this is the only tornado warning that's up currently. I want to go ahead and move back down to, and I apologize for you guys that are watching on stream. I'm not doing this on the stream because I want to keep the Dinwiddie tornado warning up and in focus for obvious reasons. I'm looking at the North Carolina one now. Yeah, Mark, it's so strange. You have the main line, and you can see it very evident on radar on the velocity products. But then there's another, almost like a secondary line behind it.
Interesting.
So strange. So there's the severe thunderstorm warning. There is one that was put out. This includes Nashville and Sharpsburg. So this is just to your north, out of Wilson.
Yep, I see that. I don't know why Google is taking me this way. This is just stupid.
Let me see here. I'm just kind of following the line down so I can see, is there any other evidences of rotation? I'm not seeing a whole heck of a lot.
Hail and cotton quality leaf. Yeah, it's the name of a company. Hail and cotton quality leaf tobacco.
Now that sounds like North Carolina.
Right. Hail and cotton.
Let's double check our little doohickey here. Thank you again to all of y'all that have tuned in today.
Yeah, good to see everybody. My home game in Eastern North Carolina. No hotel room required.
Mark, I have no idea where this is taking you. You might want to turn around and just go back and get on 301 up to 95. Oh, wait. Is this trying to take you around the city to 95, maybe?
I guess. It says I'm going to be there in 11 miles. I clicked the spot. I just want to get on 95 so I can move faster one way or the other.
Right.
That line is coming.
Yes, it is. So good news is, it's funny because the radar site in Wakefield is starting to get pretty close, and that rotation's there. It's not as evident as it was a few moments ago, But this is still here, and I'm surprised that we haven't seen anything from the Wakefield Weather Service office regarding whether they're going to continue it or not. My guess is they will. I think just based off of how this cell has been acting, this one's definitely been one of the more longer lived, and there's still that S shape there. It's not as pronounced, but it's definitely still there.
Right.
So I'm wondering, are they going to? I think they might. Oh, there's something. No, they downgraded it to a severe thunderstorm warning. But it still has a tornado possible tag. So
Right.
there's that. So no tornado warnings for the moment. This one, they will allow that tornado warning to expire, it seems.
The line is getting closer and closer to me. I mean, the good thing about out here, everything's pretty flat and open. So at least I could see stuff coming. But I would like to be next to the interstate.
Right.
I am definitely in Bumblebleep, North Carolina.
Okay.
Isn't it interesting how the rural towns out here are completely different than the ones we see in the plains?
They are. It's completely different.
The ones in the plains have their own character that's hard to describe.
Right. Okay.
Really
So
happy.
Mark,
Starlink doing really good. Oh, a squirrel.
Okay. So let's go ahead and we're gonna.
That red line's getting closer to me. I should
Yes,
start
it
to be able to
is.
see
Yes,
it.
it is.
It should get dark off to my left.
Yep. And it is starting to you're starting to get some really intense bows there
Yeah, I'm in
as
front of
well.
one.
I'm gonna go ahead and pull up take the reflectivity full here in a second. And then what I am gonna do, Mark, I have to drop for just a couple of minutes. So I'm gonna let you
Yeah.
continue and I will be back up in a couple of moments.
Sure. I'll be right here.
Yep, I will be right back.
Very good. Thanks, CJ. Very convoluted way to get to I-95. Tar River. gotta try to get on the interstate. Stay ahead of this. Here we go. Here comes the wind and the rain. How the hell am I supposed to get on I-95, which is right here? That's what I want.
Hey, Mark, I'm back. If you make a left onto that something Church Road, Tar River Church Road, you have to go back across the river onto NC 97. There, that's the next exit, or you have to go several miles north.
It's got me routed north here too, paralleling the interstate. Man, it is coming in.
Yep.
It is funky looking.
I wish we could see it.
Can you? Is the
'Cause
stream
it's kind
working?
of coming in and out. Yeah, it's coming in and out. There it goes. I see the clouds look like they're moving left to right.
Yep. There's a neighborhood here on my left.
Right.
I'd like to get on the interstate because the interstate bends away from it just enough that I could stay out ahead of it. I think it's going to overtake me though.
Right.
Wow. It is getting dark. Look at that. Oh, you can't see it. Look at that appendage.
Yeah, I see out in front of you what you're talking about. There's that shelf cloud.
Yep. Little, as Span calls them, SLCs, scary looking clouds.
Yep. Nothing much going on in Snow Hill from Andre Lisondo. Cora, I need the radar. I might be cooked. I don't think so. I mean, the good idea is right now, at least from what I'm seeing, the good thing is there shouldn't be too many. I'm not seeing any tornado warnings at the moment, so that's a good thing.
It's definitely gotten dark. I'm coming up on 58 north. I guess that'll parallel the interstate until it'll let me on it. It's just wacky. Like, why did Google take me out of the way to get on 95? So odd. It's a fire risky. I should pull in there and watch it roll in.
Yeah, I think you're getting down to that point, Mark, where you're gonna have to pull off soon to bring it in. It's so weird that it took you that weird back way.
It's bizarre. Oh, yeah, it's coming. I'm on North Carolina 58. I'm next to a school, Cooper's Elementary School. The line is like right here.
Wow. Yep, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning.
So far, it's not so bad.
Now it looks like that bowed segment is just to your north.
Yeah. At least I am moving north. Try to keep up with it. I'm not far from you.
You're what?
It doesn't look like I'm too far from Virginia.
No, you're not.
All right, there we go. There's the I-95 sign.
Okay.
Sandy Cross. All right, I'm 1 mile and some change from the interstate. And CJ, the interesting thing about the interstate is there will be trucks. And if we get a bunch of wind, it'll be interesting to see if any trucks blow over. Certainly hope they don't, but
Right.
a lot of trucks on 95. Never forget me and Marcel watching all those trucks drive over I-10 and the eye wall of Helene. So all this area that I'm driving in now flooded during Floyd in 1999. All right, made it to the interstate.
Finally.
It's like the sun's going down. It's getting dark. Yeah, there's a trucker that pulled over. Smart guy. Oh,
Right.
there's. Wow. All right, I'm on the interstate. I might be able to stay right out ahead of it. It's a semi coming behind me. You're right. The amount of lightning is pretty noticeable because there's not any.
Right. Okay. Let me.
It's really not that bad.
Right.
I thought there'd be more wind.
Hmm.
I like their variable message board says severe storm watch in effect.
Huh.
I mean, there's no such thing as that. We don't have a severe storm watch. In fact, this area that I'm in right now, as you know, is under a tornado watch.
Tornado watch. Yep. Surprised they don't just say tornado watch is in effect.
Wow, all the semis. Yeah. I mean, it's raining good and I'm in the line, but dude, there's like no wind.
So strange.
Yeah, this is very odd. All that hoopla and fanfare waiting for the line to get here, and it's just heavy rain.
Yeah, very interesting.
In fact, it's significantly less windy now that I'm in it. It was windier out in front of it in Greenville.
Right.
Now we're getting into some heavier rain, though. Man, it is really coming down.
Yeah, I see that.
It's also very misty. Coming up on Rocky Mount. this is very, very odd, CJ. I mean, there's some wind out here, but it's nothing like I was expecting.
So strange. Whoop, did we lose you, Mark? No, I think we lost him, folks. So, oh, no, he might be coming back. Mark, if you're back, I can't hear you yet. So we'll wait for him to come back. What's really interesting, again, is the lack of rain. The lack of rainfall has been, or not rain, the lack of wind, as Mark is saying, is kind of strange. I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe that's just not mixing down to the surface in the way that we had previously thought. So let's see if when Mark comes back, because it looks like getting into some strong storms. So we want to continue to be aware of that. He wants to be aware of whether or not there's any spin up tornadoes in that location. It's just very strange that that's kind of where we're at the moment. Take a look at a couple of things here. Mark, do we get you back? Maybe. See, on Mark, it looks like the worst of it's going to be to your south. We lost you, so I'm not sure if you can still hear us or not. I can't hear you. But it looks like the worst of the winds are going to be to your north, from Red Oak, just north of Rocky Mount, where he's at, up into Roanoke Rapids. And then obviously we have the strongest storms up into Virginia. And then we got these Boeing segments going down into North Carolina, almost like to Goldsboro. There looks like there might be a little thing there. How's it going where you are, Mark?
Very heavy rain.
Okay, good. Now I can hear you. How's the wind?
Almost non-existent.
So strange. I guess it's just
Yep.
not able to mix down to the surface.
Nope. There's just not enough of a mechanism.
Not enough. Could be the lack of instability, which we've noted all day, that area of North Carolina would be lacking. I think the southeastern part of the state, ironically, is going to be the best in terms of forcing because of the instability down there. But most of these storms are already moving through the Wilmington metropolitan area, approaching what
Right.
Interstate 140. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, that's the area that's our little beltway.
Okay.
Yep.
So strange.
So I'm going to pull off over here. Just sit here for a little bit. There's a little bit of wind. Definitely some heavy rain.
Hmm. So strange.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hang out here for a little bit and see what's happening. Might not be much left to do after this.
I don't think so. Looks like I'm still missing your. Hold on. See if I can. Hold on. We're missing your thing there. Your stream.
Stream should be pretty good now. The Starlink seems to have stabilized.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, it didn't refresh on the stream, and my computer's being stupid. I will be right back. I'm going to restart my PC and see if I can get everything to come up again.
Sure.
Can you?
Yep.
All right, I am restarting my PC. My apologies, folks. Sometimes there is technical difficulties, and there's nothing we can do about it. Except try to turn it off and turn it back on.
I'm trying to upload some GoPro video, but it's being annoying.
Yeah, I'm having some issues getting it to connect on my end again. I don't know what's going on. I think it's on my end. I don't think it's on the PC's end. Just an FYI, Mark. Like I said, when this has happened before, there it goes. When it's happened before, it's been on my laptop's end. So let me see if I
Right.
can fix that. All right, so vehicle raw. Go ahead and refresh. There we go. Now we got a live stream.
Yay.
Wow, that line is starting to bow out pretty good, especially south of you. It looks like you got caught. Actually, Mark, it looks like, I mean, the bowing segment is definitely north of you, from what I can see. Very strange. This whole setup has been kind of weird for some reason. Let's see here.
Let's see. I just posted the Dropbox link on Discord.
Now let's see. Where am I at here? 1 second.
Well, what I can do is try to get on 64 and outrun it, heading east towards the Outer Banks.
Okay. That might not be a bad idea, but I don't know if you'll be able to outrun it.
I wonder how fast it's moving.
I mean, the storms were moving at about 35, so it wasn't moving too fast, but we'll see.
Right. So my next Fox hit we're going to do over the phone while
Okay.
I'm driving. And that should be coming up in about 5 minutes or so. No doubt it's very heavy rain.
Right.
Good. Lord. There's a little bit of wind.
A lot of rain, though, from what it seems.
Yeah, a lot of rain, no debris at all. Not even any, there's not a lot of leaves anyway, but it's just very heavy rain. No lightning at all. That's what's so odd. So no tornado warnings anywhere?
Not that I see now.
Yeah, just the dynamics aren't there. Man, it's a big rain producer, that's for damn sure.
Yep, I am not seeing anything that's jumping out at me. There is, it looks like an embedded supercell down near Ivanhoe and Wallace, but and that's going to move off to the north and east. I think we lost Mark. Mark, if you're with us, I can't hear you. But I think he also said he had to do a Fox hit. So what I'm going to do for now, folks, we're going to keep everything up with the vehicle cam. For now, I'm going to go ahead and take a moment. I have a couple of things that I would like to complete today, um, and try to take a look at some things and get an idea of what's going on out there. So, give me a few moments and we'll be back shortly.
Shear, and in the upper levels as well, plenty of energy, but just no real mechanism to punch through that energy in the vertical. No deep convection, as it were. The 3:30 hit, I will be in Williamston, North Carolina, and still very much in the storms. Alrighty. It's kind of dreary out here now. Makes me want to take a nap, right?
Jasper said, "Sup, fool. Would you like to reply?"
Yes.
What do you want to say to Jasper?
Just driving around in the rain on my way to Williamston, North Carolina.
It says, "Just driving around in the rain on my way to Williamston, North Carolina." Send it?
Yes.
Done. Jasper said, "Not a lot happening. Would you like to reply?"
Yes.
What do you want to say to Jasper?
No, there's not a lot happening, that's for sure, period. Pretty heavy rain and some wind earlier, period. I have outrun the line and I'm heading east, and then I'll drop south and eventually make my way back home, period.
It says, "No, there's not a lot happening. That's for sure. Pretty heavy rain and some wind earlier. I have outrun the line, and I'm heading east, and then I'll drop south, and eventually make my way back home." Send it?
Yes.
Done. Jasper said, "Almost zero lightning, and have a tornado warning northwest of me. Would you like to reply?"
Yes.
What do you want to say to Jasper?
I was talking about the lack of lightning on my recent Fox weather hit.
It says, "I was talking about the lack of lightning on my recent Fox weather hit." Send it?
Yes.
Done. Jasper said, "Yeah, but with no real heating of the day to help with that. Just a windstorm. Boo. Would you like to reply?"
Yes.
What do you want to say to Jasper?
That's exactly right.
It says, "That's exactly right." Send it?
Yes.
Done. Jasper sent a thumbs up emoji. Would you like to reply?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's dreary.
Jasper said, "Jasper, that's so funny. Would you like to reply?"
No.
Okay.
bit of hail showing up down southeast of Snow Hill. See what happens when all this stuff moves up over me later. Nice highway. If you want to get from Raleigh to the Outer Banks, this is the highway you would take. A couple towns that you got to go through, like Rocky Mount, Tarboro, whatever, but by and large, this is pretty nice.
In the group with you and Ice Becca, Joshua said he was coming. Reply to the group.
Yes.
What do you want to say to the group?
Hello? Doesn't want to work. intertape polymer group. Intertape. I don't know what that is. Intertape polymer group. IPG. Lightning. Wow. The first lightning of the day. Very bright flash. Tell Jasper.
What do you want to say to Jasper?
Just got my first lightning.
It says, just got my first lightning. Send it?
Yes.
Done.
Really good deep thunder too. Wow. That was neat. Bam! Down there near Bear Grass.
Colby said backside of this thing cleared out misting between 130 and 2 p.m. Now beautiful blue sky, 66 degrees, little wind, and the occasional gust. Nice little spring day, LOL. Would you like to reply?
Yes.
What do you want to say to Colby?
Should be a really nice drive home later on for me.
It says, should be a really nice drive home later on. Send it?
Yes.
Done.
Another lightning.
In 2 miles, take exit 514 for US 17 toward Williamston, Washington.
Crazy how dark it is, though. I mean, really. March, 3 o'clock in the afternoon isn't exactly close to sunset. But it is. It's that dark, dreary, I want to take a nap setting. That's the mood, the vibe. By the way, let me flip this around. Say hi to you. Fox Weather logo. What do we got?
Noah said radar looked like it'll be clear here by like 5. Is that accurate? Would you like to reply?
Yes.
What do you want to say to Noah?
Yes, that is correct.
It says, yes, that is correct. Send it?
Yes.
Done.
Alright, just wanted to say hello. Not a big action-packed day, but it's right here in my backyard, so figured why not, right? I'm gonna pull off up here, see what's happening with the line of storms. Probably gonna head south, down 17. Colby, I know you know where I am, and you know this area quite well. But make my way, this is Williamston, make my way down to Washington, and eventually New Bern, Jacksonville, and back home. But we're just getting started with severe weather season. And when we get out there and work on our hail project, season 2, let me tell you, we have got some great stuff planned for that. Pull over here out of the way. Flip this back around. Very heavy rain today, that is for sure. A couple of lightning strikes around me, so there's more instability out there, and that's all headed my way. So I might just kind of sit tight. More lightning. So I outran the line, and I'm over in Williamston. North Carolina, period. Hello.
Hey, what's up, Mike? How you doing?
I'm doing good. About you?
Doing well. Can I just get a 5 count from you?
Certainly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Stand by.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, let me get you on the AirPods. There we go. All right, now I got you. Yep, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're welcome. Got you loud and clear. Thank you. kidding. Jeez. Man. Yep. Hey, Zach. Gotcha. No, this is the first I've heard of it, but that's okay. Oh, yeah. I'll be right here. That's no problem at all. Yeah, not a problem at all. I'll be hanging out right here. Thanks. Hello again. Yes. Yeah, I'll just put the phone down and chill. I'm back with you. Yep. Yeah, you're welcome. No problem. Yeah, I gotcha. I'm going to hang loose for a little bit, and we'll be ready to go in about 10 minutes, it seems. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah, we're all good. Yeah, I got you loud and clear, Paul. Yes, it does. Thanks. Yeah, sorry, I was just setting it down for a few minutes since we got like about 10 minutes, right? Hey, yeah, I got you. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's quite all right. I think I can do it outside. It's not too bad. That's not bad. All right, we're waiting for the next round to come in. Same line of storms, just different location. Pull that back up. Hi! There we go. Want to be able to see the YouTube chat and say hello to everybody again real quick. Waiting for the line of storms to move through this area, and then that's it. I'll run out of room. I can't go down 64. I don't really want to go out to the Outer Banks because then by the time I get there it'll be dark. So we're going to get this line one more time. Hang out here in the Williamston area. I can use 17 if it looks like a particularly intense part of it's going to be north or south of me. And then it'll push through, and it should be like pretty robust. A lot of heavy rain and wind coming with it, I bet. So that'll be pushing through within the next 30 minutes or so. So just wanted to say hello. Good to see everybody on this Set on Fox Weather. Dreary Winnie the Pooh type day. Like one of those, you know, like windy and just go take a nap or something. But not me. Out here just waiting and watching. Let me flip it back around. I can. Had to go. He had a personal thing that he had to deal with there. But that's my location in the blue. Right there. Slide it over. That's me. Right? You see that? And then pretty good line coming up there. These little don't say that. That's funny. So Greenville's in the clear. Push through Greenville, but it's near Beargrass. And it's going to be coming to me shortly. This line are moving pretty good. So this view right here should be interesting. No leaves on the trees. The pine trees certainly have their needles, but we'll see what kind of wind we get as we push forward here. Pretty good lightning. And the lightning has been pretty scant. Not a lot of lightning today. And let's see if I can fix this so it doesn't keep focusing on those raindrops. That's annoying. There we go, it's not bad. Definite increase in the lightning. You hear the thunder? Oh yeah, this pretty good cell is gonna go probably just to my north. Let's see. Yeah, let me get north on 17, just a few miles. Never know, maybe get lucky and get just a couple of small hailstones. Doesn't look too robust, but it's March 5th. There's not much severe weather to take advantage of, so to speak, this early in the season. Yeah, I'll make a left turn and, or not. I guess I gotta go down and do a U-turn. Forgot about Highway 17 and what they've done with that over the years. Wait for this guy. And we just need to get I don't know, 3 or 4 miles north. Definitely glad I waited, because that was the sheriff. You wouldn't want to pull out in front of a sheriff's car. Not that I would, but yeah, glad I waited. Yeah, let's gain some latitude here. Let's go north. Hey Siri, send a message to Daphne. Maybe. I don't know what is going on with my voice activated stuff. Hey Siri, send a message to Daphne. Hey Siri, are you there? I guess not. Hey Siri, send the message to Daphne. It's asleep. The heck? Very strange. Been to that one. Williamston, North Carolina. Oh yeah. Man, hopefully this is like a split highway, whatever deal, or this could get ugly. It's just weird. Where'd the other side go? So how do you guys like hail? Yeah? Maybe? Well, I'm fascinated with it. It's a very interesting phenomenon, and we are going to be all over it later in the year, late April, May, June, and into July. Several hail expeditions out into the Midwest to collect hail, measure it, photograph it, put out a couple of experiments that I'm working with IBHS on to test some roof panels, put GoPros on there and record stuff and high frame rate. Yeah, and now that we're using the Starlink on top of the vehicle, we should have much better uptime, way better than last year, and bring you with me on these big hail expeditions that will definitely serve a purpose. Not just going to be out there, you know, oogling at the sky. We're going to have like a set plan each day as to what we're looking for, and the main goal is to find giant hail and conduct a few experiments. We got a weather balloon we're going to be launching into hail producing thunderstorms, do some experiments with that. I mean, it's going to be really exciting stuff. So if you're not subscribed, I don't know if our thing's set to subscriber mode only, but if you're not subscribed to our YouTube channel, oh, come on, you got to do it. If you're into the weather, a lot of storm chasers out there, but we're going to show you some cool stuff that's really going to have some purpose to it. Like I said, with this hail project, second season, then of course we have hurricane season after that, and that speaks for itself. No introduction needed, I would think, after all these years of HurricaneTrack being what it is. Alright, let's see where we are. Out in the middle of nowhere. Out of town. I'm just going to pull off the road safely here. Out of the way. Take a look at everything. Am I closer to the cell or not? Oh man, it's already gone past. It's just moving too fast. Now we do have another one coming. Yeah, I really didn't have that much with it. But there's another thing trying to develop back there to the west. That's interesting. Let's see what that's doing. Eh, not much. Yeah, this is pretty much it. There's just not much instability there, not enough. The dynamics just aren't there. And the cell that was headed right for me, I won't say it weakened. Oh man, it had a little hail in it. Oh, look at that. I guess that was earlier, northwest of Beargrass. I think that's when I saw it. It's like within the last hour, I guess. Interesting. Yeah, I'm under the heaviest of it, but I'm also, Williamston is out in this radar hole. I'm too far away from Wakefield, Raleigh, and Morehead City to get the best scan. It's picking up though. We'll certainly sit here for a few minutes. Maybe we get a ping or two of hail, we'll see. I got some reds right over me. There we go. There's that heavy rain I was telling you about. Certainly is heavy rain. Yeah, we'll hang tight here for a few minutes. And the way the Tacoma is, with the big hail guard on top, made out of metal, aluminum, which is a metal, of course, if there's any hail at all, I'll hear it. Even one hailstone, and I will be able to detect it. I mean, I highly doubt it, but you never know. Might get one that sneaks through. Well, that was short-lived. In and out little storm. And yup, that's about it. Well, I'll head back down to that gas station and use the facilities, grab a snack, and start heading south. Because that's it. The line's moving on. No hail. Believe me, I didn't have a 1% chance, maybe 2%. It did show a little hail signature early on, that one cell that just passed over me. But there's just not enough lift. Not enough upward motion to get that hail. So you ought to stick around, keep watching, because watch what happens as I drive. It's going to clear out, and it is just going to be a beautiful evening. A really interesting transition coming up behind the front. My friend Colby was telling me about that west of here in the Triangle area. And I'll be home at a decent hour tonight. Let's see. And next week, I'm looking at the possibility of heading out west for a late season snowstorm, either in the Sierras or with that same storm that's going to be coming in, something in maybe northern Arizona. Just fascinated by that. The Sierra snow, I mean, that can be incredible. You get feet of that. And I've done that before, so I might choose the Arizona part, fly into Phoenix, go up to Sedona and Flagstaff. Because when you get some good March snowpack out there, these big winter storms, that is a really good thing for their watershed. But there's another good potent storm system moving in next week. This is a weird setup right here. So maybe around Wednesday, like a week from now, I'll address that on a video, maybe tomorrow. And don't forget, we've got our Patreon, and Patreon is not just for people it's not just a paywall. And we do have our membership there that funds a lot of what we do, absolutely. Okay, there we go. But you can sign up on Patreon for free. There's a public side to it, and I'm going to be using that more and more to post stuff. In fact, that's where HurricaneTrack lands now. If you go to HurricaneTrack.com, it takes you to our Patreon page, and during hurricane season, every one of the posts will be public. You know, because that's the number one goal, that's the mission statement, is to serve the public. And then our members, the people that are supporting us through our crowdfunding, they'll still, of course, have the access, none of that's changed, to our insider site. But yep, a lot of positive stuff happening, a lot of momentum. Got conference season coming up. I'll be presenting in South Padre and via video, and my friend CJ in New Orleans. I won't be able to be there for the National Hurricane Conference, but he's going to introduce and then do the exit part of a video that I'm going to be putting together. I'm working on it now. Recapping 20 years of doing what you're seeing right here. We were the first people to ever do it. Way back in 2005, Hurricane Katrina. We did a test run actually a few months earlier during Hurricane Dennis, Jesse and I. But Katrina was the first wall-to-wall coverage with a vehicle cam and remote cameras, and we were the first to ever do it. And so I'm going to be reflecting on that at the different conferences. Hard to believe it's been 20 years. Now here's an interesting fact. We started doing that in 2005 using Windows Media Encoder, a Sprint Air card, and a laptop and a video camera or whatever, streaming to our own content delivery network. You know, that's the way you would distribute it to people, because YouTube, they began in 2005. I started on my YouTube in 2006. But think about this. YouTube did not have an easy way for people to stream live to YouTube via mobile. I'm talking via mobile now, until 2017. That is crazy. We were doing it 12 years before YouTube made it so that you could just do it in the YouTube app. That was 2017. Fun facts with Mark Sudduth in Williamston, North Carolina. Or maybe they're just facts. Maybe they're not so fun. Yeah, watch what happens. Tune in from time to time over the next couple of hours. This will all clear out. And oh man, I'm going to be treated. By the time I get to New Bern, I bet it's just going to be a beautiful sunset. So that was really not much. The lightning calmed down. I thought it was ramping up. Oh, here we go. Not so much. My bumper or something other on the road over there. And it's funny, somebody on the YouTube chat there made a comment that they saw the Mission barbecue bag. Yes, you did. Not from today, though. It's from several days ago. I just left the bag in the car. I had already taken out the stuff. took it in the house. It's just a couple things they put in a bag for me. That was funny though. You noticed. And I noticed that you noticed. Let's check on the line. Yeah, that's it. It's moving on off. Too stable out here, the air. That's a good thing. We got too much going on right now to have to worry about severe weather, right? I mean, my goodness.
Lovin'. Grandma made you tenga. What is everyone?
Sean Yeager. No tornadoes yet. Nope. Kathleen, good to see you. Infant 50. Sabrina's on here. We got Devin. Great to see everybody. Tyler. Vanda. Alrighty, let's pop this back. I like talking to you fine folks. So coming up in about 15 minutes, in fact, I'll be calling in a little bit. I'll do another hit on Fox Weather. Started working with them in 2022, and I'm telling you what, like, unbelievable. Everything. It totally exceeded my expectations, and I watch them at home. You know, I'm not just a client of theirs, so to speak. They're also a client of mine, I guess, right? We not only have a mutual partnership, but I'm also a customer, I guess. I watch the coverage, put it on in the morning. It's terrific. So I do these hits once in a while, and it's really neat because I can do it right over FaceTime pretty much anywhere, either through the Verizon router that's sitting right over here on my dashboard, or through Starlink, which is up there. And sometimes we combine the two. I didn't bring that apparatus with me today. I didn't even bring a raincoat today. Like, I don't know, just packed everything up this morning, got the stuff just to do a basic stream, and here I am. The GoPro's sitting out there on the hood. See that? There's the GoPro. It's got a special battery pack, so that thing will run for about 9 hours. And you get those really good POV shots doing it that way. And what's cool about it is I can operate it from in here, and if something's happening, especially when I've got a team member with me and we're driving, and normally we'd just leave it running because it'll capture whatever happens, but then you get these gigantic files, usually 3 gigabytes each. I think they're about 18 minutes each in terms of the time. But if something's happening, you know, some kind of wild and crazy scene, we can stop the recording and then just do like a 20-25 second recording and connect to the phone, or connect the phone to the GoPro, download it from in here, and then send it up to Fox or put it on Twitter or our Discord. It's really cool. And then you get that outside of the vehicle perspective. No windshield wipers. Yeah, sometimes there's rain on the lens of that GoPro, but if you're driving down the highway and it's just crazy out there, you really get some good video that way, and you can do so safely, especially when there's another team member. So, getting ready for hurricane season. The Super Bowl of weather, if you will, which we take very seriously. But hail season coming up. Like I said it earlier, man, I'm really looking forward to this year's hail work. We got more of a defined, what do you call it, like purpose out there. Last year was like, all right, how do you do this? How do you find the big hail? Is it easy? Is it hard? And it is hard. Found plenty of hail. It's just hard to find the big hail. But now we got a good sense of purpose. We got some experiments we're going to do. And I'm really, really excited about the upper air stuff we're going to be doing with the weather balloon to put a couple of cameras up there, a weather sensor that'll gather data, and then have a tennis ball, a nice fuzzy tennis ball, to act as a condensation nuclei and send it up into an approaching supercell and see if we can record with a GoPro real close to it the ice accretion on the fuzzy part of that tennis ball. And then measure the temperature, because we can line everything up through the timestamp and look at the data and the profile of the atmosphere and actually visually show people, especially if we can get a good steady shot. It's all got to come together just right, but it'd be amazing. Actually show people what a steep lapse rate looks like. Actually visualize it. That here's the ball, and you start seeing, you know how a tennis ball is like a brand new one, they're real fuzzy on the outside, and I think they make different ones that are more fuzzy than others. And you get it up into the storm, and you get it into that super cooled layer, and the water droplets will start freezing on there. And wouldn't it be really cool is if it freezes enough that you can't really see the tennis ball anymore, that it looks like a big hailstone. But what I'm worried about, what I don't know how to mitigate, and we have to experiment with different stuff on the GoPro, we don't want the GoPro to become a condensation nuclei. And then the GoPro starts getting ice and supercooled water on the lens. So we got to look at some kind of de-icing. You know, the GoPro lens is like, it's tiny, just to swab a little bit of, somebody once said to put some vodka on there, or Everclear. Can you see that? We're driving around in Tornado Alley, the plains, whatever, with a big bottle of Everclear. What are you guys doing? Like, it's for science. Vodka. But yeah, people have offered different ideas. But what we're going to do, because we like to crowdsource so much ideas and innovation, is we're going to, you know, I'll do this when we get into April, but we're going to ask you, like, what do you suggest? I kind of am right now, but we'll be more formal about it. What can we put on that GoPro lens so that it does not accrete supercooled water? And we'll get a consensus, and we'll try different things. But that's going to be so exciting. It's going to be really, really neat. Get some science with the adventure of tracking down big supercells and taking you with us. Just really, really excited about doing that. So, waiting for Fox to call me up on the old FaceTime there. I guess I better put the earbuds in. That's how we do it. After that hit, I'm going to go into the convenience store and grab a snack. check in with CJ real quick. And it is winding down. The wind is almost nothing, as you can clearly see. Look at those clouds, though. That's kind of, at least they're semi-interesting. Vehicle cam has interesting clouds on it now. Hello, hello? There we are. Now I got you. Yeah. And I am here. I'm ready. It's nice out now. Hello, hello. It's fantastic. You bet. Loud and clear. Thank you. Yeah, I got you loud and clear. Sounds good. Thank you. That's funny. There we go. Completely different scene. That's neat. Yeah, no problem. Thanks. I will. Yep. Once you get me about 2 minutes, I'll get out there. It's kind of windy. I don't want the tripod to blow over. But yes, yeah, I'll be outside. Thanks. right. Hey, look at those clouds. Very nice. I'm going to pull around to the because as the sign says, I don't plan on being here for 2 hours, but the trucks like to parallel park here because, you know, they're long, they're 18-wheelers. So I'm going to move out of their way in case they need it. I'm going to run in and use the restroom. It's getting a little chilly out there. Low 60s, breezy. Oh yeah, look at the bands of clouds over there. That's a good shot. I'll frame that up. I like the cinematography aspect to my work. You gotta frame stuff up. Nice trees there. No leaves on them just yet. Meteorological spring. Not quite to spring, but that's a nice little shot there. All right, I'm gonna run into the restroom or the gas station, whatever. In the words of Mr. Schwarzenegger, I'll be back. Hold my calls. Alrighty. Miss anything? Alright, forgive me, I'm going to mute it so you don't hear me crunching. Nobody needs that. Normally we'd have music playing, but CJ had to take off for something personal. That's all good. Man, I gotta detail this Tacoma. It's getting dirty. Well, let me mute it and I'll come back on. I am going to drive, so at least you'll see some stuff while I'm driving. But I'm going to mute it and drive down towards Washington. Aight? Where's the mute? There it is. I'll be back in a little bit. back with you. Afternoon snack consumed. Nice end to the day coming up. I'll stop up here in Washington. And do my next hit with Ian Oliver on Fox Weather. And then start heading home. All right, Washington, North Carolina. Try to get down to the waterfront. Dude. Seriously. Bayview Ferry. Let's see, how do we get downtown? Bellhaven's that way. I think it's coming up. So no more severe weather today. In fact, it's just gonna get better and better. I'm going to go down to the waterfront, do this hit with Fox Weather, and then start heading back home to Wilmington. And I'll probably mute it. So I can listen to some shows and stuff that I don't want to trip up the YouTube copyright algorithm sniffer thing. But yeah, I'm going to do a video tomorrow kind of highlighting what I'm thinking for next week. Let's see, which one of these is the best one to get to the water? Try this way. Get down to Main Street. So last time I was in Washington was 2023. We had Tropical Storm Ophelia, I think it was, pushed up across eastern North Carolina, and we had a few feet of storm surge right here. I put a camera up. Marcel, my colleague from Brazil, aided me in that endeavor. See what this is. This is just a parking lot. This is not where I want to be. Oh, I see where I want to be. It's a little further up. Yep, we were right here. The Harbor District. Set up a camera right up here on one of these lamp posts, and the water came up several feet. Right here. Flooded the parking lot here. This was all underwater. Yeah, a couple feet, whatever. This will be a good backdrop for my next fox hit. I'll give you a better view. Look at that. Nice waterfront shot for you. Lovely day. Lovely, lovely. And now I can throw my Mission barbecue bag away. One thing I'm going to do is restart my phone. It is being difficult. The remnants of an annoying cold. I had some upper respiratory deal. A couple weeks it's lasted. "97% gone." Maybe even more than that. Very glad you reminded me, exclamation point. I will do it this evening when I get back home, period. Thanks, exclamation point. Yeah, Karen, that's pretty much right. 67 here on the Tacoma. That's a great pick, comma, thanks for sharing, exclamation point. Hello, hello.
Hello, sir. Do you guys?
I gotcha.
Your house as well?
Let's try to get you better there. There we go. I sure can. Thanks. Yeah, man, nice and clear. Thanks. Hey, Zach, yep, got you loud and clear. Thank you. Okay, my location is Washington, North Carolina. Yep, I got a great backdrop for you guys. You're going to love it. Good ending to the day. Thank you. Yuck. Yeah, it's a hard pass. Thank you. looks nasty. So anyway, hey, thanks again, Zach. I appreciate you. All right, well, we'll see you next time around, man. Thanks, Zach. Bye. Hi, all right. Free and clear. Alrighty, let's go home. Actually, let me get one B-roll shot. Here's a nice shot from the waterfront in Washington, North Carolina, period. let's start heading out. Let's do it. Figure around 6 o'clock, I'll mute the audio so that I can listen to some news and other stuff, again, without tripping up the YouTube copyright algorithm. And then we'll probably turn the stream off around 7. But a huge thank you for those that tuned in. I appreciate it. I just like sharing this stuff with you. I hope you enjoy it. Always moving towards more interesting and exciting in some instances, and certainly impactful weather events. Major thanks to CJ for setting everything up and hanging out with me.
Matt said sure. Would you like to reply?
No.
Okay. Matt said just let me know. Would you like to reply?
Yes.
What do you want to say to Matt?
I'll call you in just a few minutes.
It says, I'll call you in just a few minutes. Send it?
Yes.
Done.
No way, man. I got a green light. I hear you. You gotta love the green light. All right. See you later, Washington. Pamlico River. Good day. Good day today. Go home, see what the kids are up to. Man, you can see how vulnerable this is to storm surge. The water is just right there. Hey Siri, send a message to Daphne.
What do you want to say to Daphne?
Are you home?
It says, are you home? Send it?
Yes.
Done.